I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, or Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryant, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCollum, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Spark, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner, Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and the guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation? Rise for the invocation. Rise for the invocation to be given by Dr. Phil Ellis, who is pastor of the Faith Baptist Church in Saltillo, Mississippi. It's a gift of Senator Chad McMahon. Following that, Senator McMahon will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Ellis.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, as we gather in this great gallery, we begin in a posture of prayer, bowing. And in so doing, Lord, we acknowledge you as supreme and sovereign over all. As we begin this session today, Father, I pray with a heart of thanksgiving to live in the state of Mississippi, in the United States of America. I pray, Lord, that we'll be mindful and that the senators would be ever mindful today of the great cost of the freedoms and liberties that have been paid. Our freedom and our liberty, Father, they're precious to us. And even as Senator McMahon has pointed out to me in just moments of the diversity, walks of life, communities that come together on this floor today. What a beautiful thing is this democratic process that began so long ago. And so I pray that as they meet and discuss and debate and vote, that you would work through them as your instruments today. Because as sovereign Lord, it is no accident that any soul is in this place today. And you've shown how you are able and willing to work through anyone to accomplish your purposes and your will. And so I pray that today, that your divine will would unfold in this democratic process. I pray, confessing to you, O Lord, that I'm a sinful man, born into a sinful world, acknowledging that you have an adversary who attacks us because he hates you, and that the world that we live and move in is one where there is evil. There is such a thing as spiritual darkness. But you are so able and so much more powerful than your adversary. You not only respond to the evil in the world, but somehow, mysteriously and beyond our comprehension, you're able to bring good out of it. And so as they debate issues today, and as they share differences of opinion today, every person here, Father, represents their communities who think differently than one another. And so again, Father, work through this wonderful gift of a democratic process today so that your will unfold. And so we entrust it to you. And I pray in the name under whose authority you've given all things, the name of Jesus, the Christ. Amen.
Amen. Ready, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dr. Field. Chad, we're going to take up the... That's fine with me. We're going to fight something. Thank you, Dr. Ellis. Thank you, Senator McMahon. Now to the reading of the journal. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Committee reports. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Next to the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions, I'll recognize Senator Polk.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with reading of the titles of the bills
Senator moves
and
to-
resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. We'll move quickly to introduction of guests. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. This morning I'd like to introduce our junior pages who are coming in now. When I say your name, would you just step forward so everybody can see who you are? We have Kaylee Barr from McGee, who is a page for Senator Kaufman. We have Reese Welch from Mendenhall, who is also paging for Senator Kaufman. Barton Boyle of Ridgeland, paging for Senator Harkins. Danielle Mason of Brandon, paging for Senator Harkins. Natalie Sutherland from Vicksburg, paging for Senator Hobson. Gordon Wilkerson from Vicksburg, paging for Senator Hobson. We have a special guest, Zori Marshall, who is the daughter of Porter Michael Marshall. She is paging for the Lieutenant Governor this week. Sophie Morgan, who is the niece of Ann Sullivan from the docket room. She is a page for the Lieutenant Governor this week. Dylan Thompson from Morton, who is paging for Lieutenant Governor. Betsy Walters, who is the sister of our senior page, John Garrett. She is paging for Lieutenant Governor. My favorite daughter, Emma Johnson,
Yay.
from Hattiesburg. Jaron Levine from Van Cleve, paging for Senator Seymour. And Kinsey Wilson from Van Cleve, also paging for Senator Seymour. Y'all help me make them feel welcome.
Thank you for your work this week. We appreciate you. Senator Hickman, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we have visiting with us in the gallery, Generation Action, who is made up of a group of students from the University of Southern Mississippi and Jackson State University. If you're in the gallery, would you stand and let the Senate make you welcome?
Senator Jordan, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the East Gallery, we have a group of students and their leaders from Holmes Christian School. And in the East Gallery, ask them to stand, please. And they are with Ms. Jonathan Carnett, Connie Carnett, Tracy Burr, and Ms. Jones. Give them a round of applause. They're all from Lexington. Big school in Lexington, Mississippi.
Welcome. welcome to your Senate. Senator Michelle, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I see in the West Gallery a couple of friends of mine from the State Medical Association, Dr. Claude Brunson and Catherine Panel. Would you all stand so we can welcome you to our chamber today, please?
Senator McMahon, you're recognized for an introduction.
Mr. President, I have several introductions today. First, I would like to recognize that the mayor of Saltillo, Kopi Grantham's here in the South Gallery. Ask him to stand. Senate, make him welcome. I have several others. And then I would ask that each person stand. Now, some of my counselors are here today. This is the Faith Baptist Church Breakfast Club in Saltillo, Mississippi. They have all the answers if you'll just take time to sit and listen to them. I ask them each to stand. First, I want to be sure we recognize Dr. Phil Ellis over at the smokers table, the pastor of the day, but we've got Neil Peach, Mark and Connie Taylor, George Devon, Jimmy Clemens, Mike Snyder, Tony Rodriguez, Buddy Edge, Jerry Adams, Rodney Modigan, and Terry Hester. I'd like the Senate to give them a big, warm Senate welcome.
Good to see you, Kopi, Mayor. Proud of what you're doing for your city. And thank all of you for coming today. Senator Hobson, you're recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure to introduce our doctor of the day today, no stranger to the Capitol and a great friend of mine. She's also the state medical president. Please welcome Dr. Jerry Weiland to the Senate.
Thank you, Doctor. Enjoyed visiting with you. Thank you very much for coming today, and appreciate you leading so many doctors that do such good work in Mississippi. Okay, any other introductions? Seeing none, we'll go to the calendar. Item 1's passed. Appropriations, pass. Items number 3 through 13. Finance, Chairman Harkins, pass. 14 through 31, all of these retain their place upon the calendar. Senator Kirby on rules. We're on 32, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to take up items 32 through 62 in block and ask the title to be read.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
Senate concurrent resolution number 545, recognize public service of longtime Hinds County Circuit Court Judge and former State Representative Tommy T. Green. Senate concurrent resolution number 549, commemorate the 150th anniversary of the founding of the Carthaginian newspaper, 1872 to 2022, and recognize its contributions. Senate concurrent resolution number 550, recognize the 100th anniversary of the Mississippi Farm Bureau Federation. Senate concurrent resolution number 552, recognize United States District Judge Deborah Brown as Mississippi's first African-American female chief federal judge. Senate concurrent resolution number 553, congratulate the Pride of DeSoto Central High School Marching Band for winning the 2021 Class 6A Marching Band Championship. Senate concurrent resolution number 554, commend Millicent Gunter for receiving Mississippi's Presidential Award for Excellence in Math and Science. Senate concurrent resolution number 555, commend Stone County High School Lady Cats girls soccer team for first state championship. Senate concurrent resolution number 556, recognize February 2020 as Self Care Month in Mississippi. Senate concurrent resolution number 557, commend Laura Bivens for receiving Mississippi's Presidential Award for Excellence in Math and Science Teaching. Senate concurrent resolution number 559, recognize outstanding public service of former U.S. Marshal and State Parole Board member Nehemiah Flowers, Jr. Senate concurrent resolution number 560, commend Bay Springs High School Bulldogs football team for first state championship. Senate resolution number 24, commemorate the celebration of St. Patrick's Day in Mississippi and the American Irish State Legislators Caucus. Senate Resolution Number 25, congratulate Lake High School Lady Hornets fast pitch softball team for winning the 2021 2A state championship. Senate Resolution Number 26, commend Richland High School Rangers boys soccer team for second state championship in 4 years. Senate Resolution Number 27, commend Florence High School girls soccer team for Class 5A state championship. Senate Resolution Number 28, recognize Pat Thomason of Philadelphia as the first female chair of the Board of Directors of the MMA. Senate Resolution Number 29, extend condolences of Mississippi Senate to family of veteran Canton Law Enforcement Officer Carl Larry Saxton Sr. Senate Resolution Number 30, commend Pearl River Community College Wildcats cheer squad for first national championship. Senate Resolution Number 31, recognize Hines County Chancellor Denise Owens on the occasion of her retirement. Senate Resolution Number 32, commend students of East Central High School in Jackson County for receiving MIT Technology Invention Grant. Senate Resolution Number 33, commend Picayune High School Maroon Tide football team for MHSAA 5A state championship. Senate Resolution Number 34, commend Cleveland High School Wolves boys bowling team for first state championship. Senate Resolution Number 35, commend Holly Brand of Meridian, Mississippi as Miss Mississippi 2021. Senate Resolution Number 36, commemorate service of Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity in the Mississippi Delta. Senate House Concurrent Resolution Number 37, Tardive Dyskinesia Awareness Week, recognize May 1st through 7th, 2022 as Week of Observers in Mississippi. House Concurrent Resolution Number 47, retired Brigadier General Martha Jo Leslie, commend her life upon her passing. House Concurrent Resolution Number 48, Chief M.E. Gene Waldrop, commend upon 50 years of police service in the state of Mississippi. House Concurrent Resolution Number 49, Northwest Mississippi Community College football team commend on winning MACCC state championship. House Concurrent Resolution Number 50, Brittany Reese, commend and congratulate successors as an Olympic medalist. House Concurrent Resolution Number 51, Northwest Mississippi Community College cheer team, commend upon winning the 2020 Open Small Co-Ed National Championship. House Concurrent Resolution Number 53, Dr. Sam Pose, recognized upon the occasion of his retirement as Executive Director, MDWFP.
Make your usual motion, Mr. President.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, all of these are very worthy of recognition, each and every one of them, and they all meet the requirements, and we're very happy and proud that we can recognize these people. If there are no questions, Mr. President, I request you use the morning roll call for final passage.
Questions? Any questions? Senator has moved for use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. All resolutions pass. Thank you, Senator Kirby.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'd like to pass and retain items 63 through 67 on the calendar.
Pass and retain 63 through 67. Thank you, Senator Kirby. They retain through 68. They retain their place upon the calendar. Okay, local and private. Senator McMahon. Senator Simmons, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Senator Jackson, Senator Thomas, Senator Simmons, and myself, we would like to welcome Teach Plus of Mississippi. They're sitting here in the West Gallery. Please give them a warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Senator McMahon, we're on 69, sir.
Good morning. I'd like to call up item 68 on today's calendar and ask the title be read.
That's the wrong number, I think, on yours, or I've got the wrong. I think it's 69, Senator. Or have I got?
No, I'm going to take up item 68 on today's calendar, Mr. President.
We had already passed that. That was Senator. Have I got the wrong number? Just a second.
Mr. President, I had an incorrect calendar. I apologize, Mr. President, to you and to the body.
No problem. We're on 69, I believe.
69, call up item 69 on today's calendar. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title on 69.
Senate Bill number 2154, Town of Monticello, authorized tourism tax on restaurants, hotels, and motels.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
This is a local and private bill for the town of Monticello. They're bringing forth a tourism tax on restaurants, hotels, and motels for the purposes of tourism and for their parks. It was double referred to local and private and finance. If there aren't any questions, I move for passage on the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, the senators request the use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Present McDaniel. Present Sojourner. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President, I'd like to go to item 70 on today's calendar and call it up.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2155, City of Laurel, authorized tax on hotels and motels to promote tourism.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator McMahon.
This is a new tax for the city of Laurel. I'd like to ask that Senator Barnett be recognized to explain the committee sub.
Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I do an announcement out of order, please?
Please proceed so we can move along.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, and those who are with us today, I would like to announce that we have some very special guests with us today. I'm sure many of you all are familiar with the Hometown TV show that is filmed in Laurel, Mississippi. But we do have with us today joining us my very special friends and guests, Mr. Ben and Aaron Napier with us today from Hometown. Let's show them how much we appreciate what they do for us. Also, Mr. President, we have visiting with us today too is my good friend, the mayor, Mr. Johnny McGee of Laurel, Mississippi. Let's make him welcome to our state capitol as well.
Thank you. So appreciate all y'all do for a positive impression of the state of Mississippi. And so thank you both. And now we'll go and thank you, Mayor. And you're now recognized, Senator Barnett. You're explaining the bill on number 70.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, make the usual motion.
He makes the usual motion?
Okay.
We've already done that, Senator.
I'm sorry. Mr. President, I'd like to adopt the committee sub.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a local and private that the City of Laurel and I have been working on for quite some time now. And the reason why we feel like this is very important is because of the efforts of Mr. Ben and Aaron, but also because of the efforts of the City of Laurel to recognize that it is time that we start to market and brand Jones County in a way that it should have been done for a long time. And as a result of this, we have realized that tourism has exploded in Laurel and Jones County. And the City of Laurel, what we're trying to do is to continue to market Laurel in a way that has gained Laurel national attention. But not only will this bill be used for tourism purposes, there's also efforts underway right now to build an African American museum that will also be used as a tourism spot as well. So individuals who are coming in can also come and visit an African American museum, also in combination as a tourist attraction as well, which will also be a welcome center. This is just a great thing that they are trying to do, and I'm just glad to be part of this. And I'm just asking my fellow colleagues in here if you all will help and support this. We don't know what happens after this, but I can assure you that tomorrow it may be your community as well that has an opportunity to showcase all that it has to do. And I pray that the members of here in this body will also share in that and try to make sure that your communities have the best opportunity going forward as well. So, Mr. President, that's the explanation of the bill, and I'm here to take on any questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator Parker, for what purpose do you seek recognition, sir?
To speak on the bill at the appropriate time.
Speak on the bill at the appropriate time. Thank you. Any other questions? Questions on the bill, on the committee substitute?
If there's no question, Mr. President, I move to adopt the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, now we're ready to speak on the bill.
I'll close on the bill, Mr. President.
Yield to Senator Parker. Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've gotten up here a couple of times this session on local and privates, and I think I've shared my concern. I think most of you have heard that either on the floor or in committee. But I just want to share how important I think this bill is to the city of Laurel. And I want to do that, and I'll start by saying I've got two good friends, the doctors McElroy, Tiffany, and Justin, who practice in the Laurel area, trained with me, served with me for many years. We hated to lose them to Laurel, but Laurel has a lot of good things going there, and I've been very happy with the feedback I've heard from the McElroys since they've moved to that community. What I want to share is how this type of bill has impacted our community. Many years ago, we passed a local and private for South Haven that we called Penny for the Parks. It added a little bit of revenue. And through that program, we were able to build some baseball fields. We've been able to host the Dizzy Dean World Series for over 10 years in a row. Each year, we attract multiple teams from around the country there. We built a soccer complex. We built a softball field. We built an amphitheater. We have concerts there. We now have tennis courts. This small investment in the community is each year returning about $20 to $30 million a year to the South Haven economy. So this small amount that in some ways is somewhat paid by people who are visiting the community helps build that community, and it's extremely important to us to keep that alive. Earlier this session, we took up that bill. It was Senate Bill 2512. It passed out of the Senate unanimously, 52-0. I was proud to see the support of every single member of this chamber voting yes on it. And so that's the kind of action I would like to see take place today. I would like to see on this Laurel local and private that we bring this out with that same type of vigor and fervor that we did on mine. If you wouldn't mind, Senator. That's probably one of the McElroys calling me to tell me they saw me on TV. Anyway, on this type of issue, I've been up here, I've expressed my feelings. My feelings on it are driven by the fact that this type of legislation in the other chamber is in jeopardy. What I've heard is that the local and privates for DeSoto County will all die over on the House side this year because of the fear by 3 or 4 people over there that it's not appropriate to continue that. And so it would be easy for me to come up here when it looks like all of my local and privates are going to die on the other side for a similar reason and ask you to vote no. But that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you to vote yes on this, not because I want to get even with the other side or express some type of displeasure with what's happening in the other chamber, but I want you to vote yes for this because I think it's the right thing to do. And on my Senate screen over here, the entire time I've been in the Senate, we have a Bible verse I've had posted there, Proverbs 16:33, which basically says, make your motions and cast your votes, but in the end, God has the final say. And on this issue and on what's going on the House side, God will have the final say. But I just ask you today to support Senator Juan on this. Ask you to support the city of Laurel, because I do think this is truly, truly important, and I request a roll call vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Barnett or Senator McMahon, you're recognized to close. Either one. All right, Senator Barnett, you recognize Senator McMahon to close.
Thank you. You know, it's easy to come here, guys. It's easy to come here and vote no. That's the easiest thing there is to do, is to come to this chamber and vote no. It takes courage to come here and work with others and vote yes, and to find ways to work legislation for the benefit of all of our people. I've had the opportunity to serve as chairman of local and private, and I've been able to travel to every county in the state over the last 2 years. City of Laurel, the mayor, invited me down to Laurel to see what they're doing down there. It is absolutely incredible. No one's coming to Mississippi to help us. We have to help ourselves. And if the people of Laurel want to vote to tax themselves for a special project to build a visitor center, I'm going to vote for that. They have to vote to decide for themselves if they want that tax. What the city of Laurel is doing on Sunday nights, they're on television, hometown, being an air, they're the greatest ambassadors for the state of Mississippi. Every Sunday night, 5 million people watch that show, and they see the very best of Mississippi, a modern state, the hospitality state where everyone is welcome. This bill is very important to the city of Laurel. They're going to build a visitor center with it and fund it. Laurel has 17,000 people roughly in the city. Last year, 150,000 people came to Laurel, Mississippi.
Thank you.
That's incredible. That's those that registered. It could have been 500,000 come and just drive through the city and never register. I'm in favor of this legislation. I'm asking you to vote yes. And Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barrett. Blackman. Bryan. Chisholm. Horn. McMahon.
Aye.
Norwood. Tate. Whaley. Voting yes or yay. Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler 36, Butler 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Spark, Suber, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting present, McDaniel and Sojourner.
Senator Younger, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Introduction out of order at the proper time.
Please proceed while we're heading up here.
Thank you. In the gallery, we have the 4-Hers with us today. I'd like the Senate to give them a warm welcome, and some of them in my area are Savannah Ashley from Woodville, Wilkinson County. Well, actually, the one in my area is from Starkville, Madeline Goodson, and they have their extension officer with them, Dr. Linda Mitchell. Please give them a warm hand.
Thank you. Welcome to your Senate. We're glad you're here. One moment, please. By a total of 48 yeas and 2 presents, the bill passes.
I called up item 70 on today's calendar and asked the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3001, City of Bay St. Louis, authorized election for 3% tax on hotels and motels to promote tourism.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Please proceed.
We have a committee sub, and I ask that we adopt the committee sub.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
This is a Bay St. Louis, another city that I've been able to tour and see what they're doing with their local and private. This is a new tax of 3% on hotels and motels for the purposes of parks. Let's see. Yes, for parks and for tourism. And I would ask that you vote in favor of it. I love what they're doing in Bay St. Louis. If there aren't any questions, I'll move for passage on the morning roll call.
Any questions? Senator Simmons, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed and we'll finish this one.
All right, Mr. President, in the West Gallery, we have with the 4-H, she's from Greenville, Miss Maisha Turner. I asked the city to make her feel welcome.
Welcome. Okay. We're ready for your motion, Senator McMahon.
I want to adopt the strike all.
Motion is to adopt the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
If there aren't any questions, I'll move for passage on the morning roll call.
Questions? Questions? Seeing none, Senators requested use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Sojourner present. Anyone else? McDaniel, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you. Bill passes. All right. 1 second. Senator DeBar, for what purpose do you seek recognition, sir?
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the West Gallery, we have several teachers with the Teach for America group. If they could stand and be recognized, we'd like to welcome them to the state capitol. If all y'all could stand up, I see you. Stand up. These are teachers that we have supported throughout this session, and we just need to recognize them and thank them for all they do as teachers in our state. Thank you.
Senator McMahon, for what purpose, sir?
In this introduction,
Please proceed.
in the South Gallery, a friend of mine, Terry Wages, is here. I would ask Terry to stand. His wife and I are old friends, and Terry's my friend. Make him feel welcome to Senate.
Any other introductions? Any other introductions? Seeing none, we'll go to Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate stand in recess until 1 p.m.
Stand in recess till 1 p.m. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Stand in recess.
Senate come to order. Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item number 127 on today's calendar.
Sorry, I couldn't hear. 70. Oh, suspend the rules, go to 127? 127. Okay. Any objections? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Senator Pope.
Mr. President, I ask the title be read.
I'm sorry, read the title.
House concurrent resolution number 39, Constitution amend to provide the people have the right to propose new statutes and amend or repeal existing statutes.
Senator Pope.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Pope.
Mr. President, I'd like to consider the strike all amendment and ask to explain.
Strike all, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the initiative bill, so to speak, as we've named it, and what we're going to do is we added a reverse repealer, and we are remove the date of the election. If there are no questions, I'd like to pass the strike all.
Yeah, are there any questions? Senator Kelvin Butler? You recognize Senator Butler for a question?
Yes.
Senator Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pope. Now, Senator Pope, again, tell me, is this the constitutional amendment for the elections, the redistricting?
This is the initiative process that we are going to look at passing to give the people the right to change statute in Mississippi.
Okay, so this is in reference to the lawsuit that was brought up about the having the 5 congressional districts versus the 4?
That's correct.
Is that what this is?
That's correct.
Okay, now, so the House passed this, or you said we put our language in it? Help me understand what we're doing here.
It's a House bill that came over here as a HCR, and all we did was put a reverse repealer in it so we can look at sending it to conference to add some things to it, subtract some things, possibly work together and get a good bill.
Okay, so this should fix our problem, you think?
That's correct.
Okay, and the next question I would have is that, so if we, let's say if, we go over there, we can't work done, now what happens then? I mean,
if we can't have a conference, it would die.
Okay, so that means that the people won't be able to go and petition, get signatures.
That is correct.
About things that we may not have done.
That is correct.
So you would think that this is kind of very important.
Very important.
All right, thank you.
Move for passage of strike all.
Seeing no other questions, Senator moves that we adopt the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, if there are no more questions, I'd like to use the morning roll call for passage.
Seeing no further questions, Senator suggests use morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Harkins, you wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 14 on today's calendar.
Item 14. Any objection? Going back to item 14. Seeing no objection, Senator Harkins.
I'd like to go to item 14 and have the title read.
Okay, I should say all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins, item 14.
I'd like to go to item 14 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 175, bonds, revised purposes for which bonds authorized the city of Hazelhurst may be used.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill is just, it is for the purposes of a bond bill that was already released prior. It's just changing some language which allows them to do some other activities with the money for the same project. It just adds equipping furnishing and equipping to the project. It's a project in Hazelhurst. That's the explanation of the bill. If there are no questions, I move passage on the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator Harkins move use of the morning roll call for passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record. Vote. I'm sorry, we have. Okay, Senator, well, we have two, Senator Sojourner and Senator McDaniel voting no. Present. Okay, please record all others present by use of morning roll call as voting aye.
Mr. President, I'd like to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 15 on today's calendar, House Bill number 192.
Which item do you say? Suspend the rules. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. Senator Harkins. What?
Thank you. I'd like to go to item 15, have the title read.
I can't hear. What item? 15. Item 15. Read the title.
House Bill number 192, license plate, revised disability requirement for disabled veterans tag.
Senator Harkins. Senator Harkins makes the usual motion.
Make the usual motion.
Yeah, all in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
This is different. This is different. I'd like to be recognized to explain the bill, Mr. President. House Bill 192 takes the Armed Forces, veteran of services of Armed Forces, who is rated as having a 75% permanent service-connected disability. It helps to cut the cost of their tag down. This is revising the disability requirement for disabled veteran tags. That is an explanation of the bill. It takes it from 100% to 75%. That is the explanation of the bill.
Yeah. Are there any questions? Their motion?
If there are no questions, I move passage on the morning roll call.
Senator Harkins moves that we pass by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll calls voting aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 16 on today's calendar, House Bill 252.
Senator moves that we suspend the rules, go to item 16. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Item 16, Senator Harkins. Please read the title.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 252, PERS, increase maximum percentage of investments of systems that are in certain types of investments.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
Move we adopt the strike all and recognize Senator Johnson to explain.
Strike all. You're recognized to explain. Are we on 7 or 16? I'm trying to find my place. 60.
There's not a strike on. My apologies. I just recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill deals with PERS and increasing their basket clause amount for investment from 10% to 20%. It's the same language as we passed on the Senate earlier in the year, and that's an explanation of the bill.
All right, we have a question. Senator
No
Butler,
questions,
do
move
you have
adoption
a question?
Using the morning roll call.
Yeah, I got a question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Butler,
Yes,
for a
sir.
question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. This has nothing to do with retirement money, anything to do like that, because, you know, when that word PERS come up, everybody get a little nervous.
That's right. No, it has nothing to do with anybody's retirement. It has to do with how they invest the money that's in PERS.
Okay, and say again what you said it does initially.
They have what's called the basket clause. My understanding of that is it's the things that they can invest in that the legislature does not prescribed in code. And currently, they're allowed to do 10% in whatever they want, essentially. They want to up that to 20%, specifically to invest in infrastructure and private equity, things that seem to have a more steady, higher return in the market right now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Blunt for a question.
Question.
You yield Senator Blunt for a
Yes,
question.
sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Johnson. And to further address Senator Butler's concern, wasn't this, the language in this bill was specifically requested by the Board of Trustees of the retirement system for us to pass?
Yes, that's correct. So PERS came to us with this request.
Okay, thank you.
If no further questions, move adoption using the morning roll call.
Seeing no further questions, Senator moves adoption by the use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 19, House Bill number 472 on today's calendar.
Senator moves that we suspend the rules, go to item 19. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
I'd like to go to item 19, House Bill 472, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 472, income tax, extend, repeal, or on credit for certain costs paid by a company in relocating national or regional headquarters to Mississippi.
Senator Harkins.
Make the usual motion.
Senator Harkins makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the committee amendment and recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you recognize to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill extends the repeal date on the tax credit for companies headquartered in our state. We do have an amendment at the proper time.
You have an amendment?
Okay, and we just have the Senate language in this bill, and that's an explanation of the committee amendment.
I'm sorry.
No questions, move adoption of that.
Seeing, are there any questions? Seeing no questions. Oh, seeing no questions, Senator moves we adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, now you're going to offer another amendment?
Yes, sir. We have an amendment.
You're recognized to explain.
To conform with the Medical Cannabis Act we passed earlier this year, we have some additional language that we need to add to the code sections. I believe that's up now. All it does is conform with the medical cannabis bill that we passed earlier.
Okay, are there any questions on the amendment? All in favor, seeing no questions, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Senator Johnson.
Move passage using the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for item 17, House Bill 446 for immediate consideration.
Senator requests that we suspend the rules, go to item 17, House Bill 446. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
I'd like to go to that item, have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 446, distinctive motor vehicle license tag, authorized for various purposes.
Senator Harkins.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
Move we adopt the strike all and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain.
This is just the distinctive motor tag bill we have every year. This may be the omnibus bill we use for everybody's tag request. So the strike all just has a reverse repealer in it and keep it alive so we can accumulate everyone's list. And if you do have a tag, make sure you get with Council Ian on getting your tag request in. So we'll try to kind of set a deadline on getting all those in so we can pile them up and get a list out to everybody to make sure that yours is on the list. So if you don't mind, if you have a tag request, be sure to get that into Ian relatively pretty soon so we can compile a list for everybody to review, make sure any requests you have are on the list. That's the explanation of the strike-off. There are no questions. I move adoption of the strike-off.
Senator, we seem to have a question. Senator Jordan, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President, I have a question for the chairman.
Do you yield?
I do.
Yes.
Senator Jordan.
I know there have been complaints that veterans were not being recognized for these special tags. Are they included more in this bill than they have been in the past? Veterans?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
Are veterans included more in this bill than they have been in the past? They have been complaining and trying to get legislation to adopt special tags for them. There were some, but there were not enough.
Senator, there are several tags, whether it's Purple Heart, disabled veteran. We just passed a bill just a second ago to bring the disabled veteran tag from 100% to 75% for disabled veterans. Anybody that has a request for a veteran tag can put it in there. There's not a restriction on any tag. If there's a veteran cause that is near and dear to you, give it to Ian and we'll put it in the list. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Senator Hill, for a question.
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery, I'm happy to introduce those from the Child Advocacy Centers of Mississippi and their Executive Director, Carla Steckler-Tyre. These workers have been fighting to protect children from felony child abuse after seeing a surge of over 10,000 cases alone just in this state last year. Would you please stand so the Senate could recognize you? Thank you so much for the work that you do, so important.
Okay.
If there are no other questions, I move adoption of the strike all.
Seeing no further questions, Senator Harkins requests approval of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
No further questions, I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves adoption by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 20, House Bill 473.
All in favor, motion to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to go to item 20, House Bill 473, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 473, State Bond Commission, extend, revert, or on statute prescribing powers and duties of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Harkins.
Move we adopt the strike all and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Thank you. The strike all language extends it through 2026. This is the reverter on the State Bond Commission. I think the House language had through 2025. Our Senate original language had 2026. That is an explanation of the bill. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the strike all.
Questions? Seeing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the bill, Senator.
If no further questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none, adoption of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes unanimously. Thank you. Back to you,
Mr.
Senator
President.
Harkins.
I'd like to go to item 20, suspend the rules for item 22 for the immediate consideration of House Bill 512.
Motion to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on 22.
I'd like to go to item 22, House Bill 512, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 512, alcoholic beverages, remove DOR from being wholesale distributor, authorize issuance of wholesalers permits.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Move we adopt the strike all and recognize Senator Johnson to explain.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the same ABC warehouse bill that I brought before you earlier in the year. We just took the House bill and put our language in. That's an explanation of the bill. Happy to answer any questions or go through it again if anybody would like for me to.
Any questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion on the strike all.
Move adoption of the strike all.
One moment. Senator Hill?
Yeah, I did have a question.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
Of course.
Can you just briefly, it's been a while since we had this bill on the floor, can you just briefly go over hit the high points of what this strike all is?
Yes, so we, under this strike all, or under this, we would remain a control state for alcohol in the sense that the alcohol would come in through the state DOR and be sold to liquor stores from their permittees. We would work to build a new warehouse, and we would also be hiring a private company to operate that warehouse. The private company would take over operations as soon as the contract is made at the current warehouse, and all other fees will remain intact except for we will work to keep shipping at cost, and we will also keep enforce the current shipping contract that we have through the contract term. And then there's also a 25-cent per case with a cap based on a time frame and an amount of money that will go into a special fund specifically for maintenance and upgrades to the facility. If there are no other questions, move adoption of the strike all.
Seeing no other questions, motion to adopt strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
If there's no questions on the bill, move passage using the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Chisholm, Sojourner, McDaniel, Hill, Branning. Anyone else? Present. Tate. Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Senator Harkins, we're back to you.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'd like to Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for item 23. My motion is to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item number 23, House Bill 516.
Heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on 23, Senator.
I'd like to go to item 23, House Bill 516, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 516, Mississippi Business Finance Corporation, extend repealer on authority to issue bonds to finance economic development projects.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I move we adopt the strike all and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the strike all. Senator Harkins.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Senate language on the Mississippi Business Finance Corporation extending the repealer. There was one code section the House brought forward that wasn't included in ours, but we pick up that language and we extend it to 2026. That's the changes from the House language to our language. This is what we had passed earlier in session. That's an explanation. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the strike all.
Questions? Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
For you for a question, Senator Harkins? Please proceed, Senator Hill.
This is outside the purview of MDA or inside the purview of MDA? I'm just not familiar with this entity.
To my knowledge, it's outside the purview of MDA.
And
unless somebody
the
tells me
state
differently.
backs the bonds?
There's no obligation of the state behind these bonds.
Okay. I guess that's it. I just don't understand it. Thank you.
Move adoption of the strike all if there are no further questions.
Motion to adopt the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Sparks.
No further questions. I move adoption of the morning roll call.
Adoption of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? We should be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes unanimously. Morning roll call. Thank you, Senator. Senator Harkins, we're back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to motion as we suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 24, House Bill 1430, on today's calendar.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 24, House Bill 1430, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1430, motor vehicle title, authorized beneficiary designation.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Harkins.
I move we adopt the strike all and recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you are recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1430 or the strike all is the same as the bill, which I'll explain to you, and we just added a reverse repealer to take it to conference. What the bill does is opens an avenue for people to transfer ownership upon death of a vehicle without going through will or probate. And what it does, it would create a line on the title of a vehicle that someone can add a beneficiary's name. They allow for them to change it at any time without notice to that beneficial interest by simply applying for a new title. And I think we had some questions in committee from Senators England and Senators Fillingane. We're going to work with them. We've talked with them multiple times and also talked with the author on the House side, and we're going to see if we can work through those in conference. But that's an explanation of the strike all. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Senator Hobson, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
For you for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator Johnson. In this proposal, would the beneficiary have to produce to the Department of Revenue a death certificate along with the existing title that showed that they were the beneficiary?
That's my understanding, that they don't have to present the title. My understanding is just proof of death.
Proof of death.
To the Department of Revenue. Because their name would be on, their name would already be on the title that DOR has.
Okay.
I think that's what you're asking it.
Yeah, I just wonder if they had to get the title from the owner to send it in along with the death certificate. I'm just wondering how this procedure works.
My understanding, and I'll double check that for you. Obviously, I wasn't the author of this. I've tried to gather as much information as I can. My understanding, though, is that that would already be on record with DOR, and this idea came from what some other states are already doing. That beneficial interest, if it was put on a title, would be in the system at DOR. A death certificate provided for the owner of that vehicle would then force a transfer of title.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Move passage using the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. No objective procedure. We should be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passed unanimously. Thank you, Senator Johnson. Back to Senator Harkins. Senator Harkins passes on the remainder of the finance bills 25 through 31. Okay. We're back on the calendar at 72. 72. Concurrence passed. 73 in conference. 74 general bills, forestry. Senator, you're recognized. We're on 74, Senate. Senator
Thank you, Mr.
McCon,
President.
you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would call up item House Bill 478 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 478, Mississippi Forestry Commission, extend repeal on authority to hire law enforcement officers to investigate woods arson.
I'd make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill we've already passed out as a Senate version. This is a repealer bill. This arson investigators have already been Authorized by code, the repealer was set to go out, and it would extend it from 2022 to 2025. And that's the full text of the bill. If they're entertaining any questions at this point.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none?
I would make a motion for final passage based upon the morning roll call.
Morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, thank you, Senator McCon.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Move to 75. Senator Michelle, you're recognized, number 75.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to 75, House Bill 1187, and that's the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1187, Mississippi Insurance E-Commerce Model Act and Act.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I ask that Senator Boyd be recognized to explain the strike
Senator Boyd,
law.
you're recognized to explain the strike law.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Insurance E-Commerce Act that we passed out of here already. It was Senator Michelle's bill. It gives the consumer a choice of opting in to receive communication from their provider by electronic delivery rather than mail. It includes notices of policy documents, but prior to giving consent or opting in, the consumer is provided with clear statement and notification of what sort of hardware and software they would need, the types of notices and documents to which the consent applies, the right to withdraw consent, how to withdraw consent, and paper form is always an option for the consumer. A second opportunity is afforded the consumer with the ability to access policy forms online. E-posting may be exercised by an insurance company in order to allow the review of policy forms for a particular coverage, such as homeowner's policy. It does not contain any personal liable information. This is a model act that has been adopted by INCOL, and the pending legislation presents the model as adapted to our drafting rules. And this is passed in, electronic delivery is passed in 38 states, and electronic posting is currently allowed in 25 other states. And we added in the committee only about 3 words just to give greater clarification. On the House bill on line 60, we added the owner or. So if there's no further questions at this time, I would move adoption of the strike-all.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, motion to adopt the strike law. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Mr. President, I move for final passage on the use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none. Bill passed. Thank you, Senator Boyd. Back to Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 76, House Bill 821, and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 821, Non-Transport Emergency Medical Services, develop, coordinate entity, provide statewide system for.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike-all amendment.
Please proceed.
This title, Non-Transport Emergency Medical Services, deals with allowing emergency medical technicians and paramedics based on a fire truck to perform medical services prior to intervention by an ambulance service. Currently, the first intervention is limited to EMTs and paramedics that are on an ambulance. And in urban areas, as many of you might be familiar with, the fire trucks are usually the first to arrive on the scene of an accident. So I'd be glad to yield to any questions. That's simply all the bill does.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Adoption of the strike-all, please, Mr. President.
Motion is to adopt the strike-all. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Final passage by use of the morning roll call has been requested. No object to the procedure. Which will be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes unanimously. Thank you, Senator Michelle. 77, Senator Kaufman, pass. 78, Senator Whaley, pass. 79, pass, Senator Whaley. 80, Senator Moran. Senator Moran, pass. 81, pass. 82, all these retain their place upon the calendar. Corrections, pass. Senator Barnett, we're on 82, Senator. Yes, sir. Pass. 83, AET. Thank you, Senator Polk. 84, 85, and 86, Senator. Thank you. Next page, 87, 87 Pass. 88, Senator Parks. Senator Parks, we're on 88.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we go to ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 475, AHO Board, extend repeal on authority to oversee certain construction projects funded by state general obligation bonds.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Parks.
Move adoption of the committee, strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
This is a duplicate of the Senate bill. This just simply extends the authority for the universities to manage their construction projects. These were bonded in 2019, and this is just to extend their repeal so they can complete those projects. Happy to answer any questions.
Senator, I don't believe you had a strike all on that. I think it's the next one. I think this one was just a straight. So I think we're okay on no strike all. Senate, we're on House Bill number 475 without a strike all.
You're correct, sir.
Okay. All right. I have questions on the bill. Questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move adoption.
By use of the morning roll call,
Yeah.
it's been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator, you're recognized. We're on 89.
Ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1068, Mississippi Intercollegiate Athletics Compensation Rights Act, bring forward.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized. We're on
Move
the strike
adoption
all.
of the committee, strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
So we now have the new language for the NIL bill. There's two changes. One would be to add the language that the university can now engage with directing a student for help in the contracts. And then the second change would be deleting the language that would be replacing, that would now allow a student to engage in NIL deals prior to becoming a student. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move adoption of the committee, strike all.
Motion is to adopt the committee strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're ready, Senator.
Final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Parks. All right, we go to energy. Senator Carter, you're recognized on number 90.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up item number 90 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1135, Advanced Plastic Recycling, defined terms relating to.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Carter.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the same bill that we passed earlier. This is the House version of it. Turns out that my counterpart in the House happens to be way more passionate about recycling than me, and so I've decided to take up the House bill, but there's no changes to it. It's about breaking down plastics and the new technology available, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
I move passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Carter's voting no. Present. Seeing none. Senator Carter on 91. Passed. 92, County Affairs. Pardon me? I'm sorry, Highways. I apologize. County Affairs. I got you. 92, Senator Branning, you're recognized.
I'd like to go to House Bill number 1185, called up and ask that the title be read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1185, State and Interstate Highways, authorize Mississippi Transportation Commission and counties to contract for counties to maintain.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1185 simply authorizes counties and the Mississippi Transportation Commission to enter into contract for maintenance if they choose to do so. You will see the notable language beginning on line 325. It's totally discretionary. There's no language here that requires anyone to do anything. It's simply if the counties desire to enter into the contracts for maintenance with the state. And I believe we have an amendment on the desk.
We have an amendment? One moment, please.
So Senator Hickman and I have both received requests from Winston County to give them the ability to negotiate with the state for the possible purchase of the MDOT maintenance building that's there in Winston County. It is not being utilized. So what this amendment does is we fit this into the language that gives the commission certain powers. Commissioner Caldwell is in support of this as well as the county. And so all we're doing here is giving those two parties the ability to negotiate on whether the property is to be purchased by Winston County and what the terms would be. So we're just, by the amendment, giving them the authority to do so. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I move adoption of the amendment.
Senator Hobson, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Branning.
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't see the amendment fully, but would this only be for the purposes of negotiating with the county, or is it any potential purchaser?
It is with the county, and let me find that language here, Senator Hobson. If you can see lines 29 and 30, it talks about the Board of Supervisors of Winston County, because as you know, anytime we are dealing with the sale of property to private individuals, there's other language that we put there. We may want appraisals, we want some other safeguards, but we are very specific here that it is the Board of Supervisors for Winston County.
Okay, well, you're getting to that point. I just want to make sure. We've got a similar bill, another agency, and as it deals with private entities, there's going to be different laws, and I want to make sure we're not waiving any requirements or obligations to get appraisals and go through the normal steps if it's going to private entities.
That's correct, and I had, council and I spent a good bit of time talking about that because I too was concerned, so I made sure that we are not, that's not the same issue here.
Thank you, Senator Branning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, questions? Other questions? All right, Senator.
Move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'll now move final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passed unanimously. Thank you, Senator Branning. Senator Michelle, you're recognized. We're on 93, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 93, House Bill 160, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 160, Travel Insurance Act of 2022, create.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. I ask that Senator Blackwell be recognized to handle the bill.
Senator Blackwell, you're recognized for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. This is the same travel insurance bill that we have passed out of the Senate the last 4 years. This year, the House decided to take it up, and rather than argue with them about it, we want to go ahead and pass it and get it to the governor. That's an explanation. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you for a question, Senator Blackwell?
Yes, sir, I will.
You're recognized, Senator Butler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Blackman. You know, I haven't been here for the last 4 years, so would you explain this bill to me, please?
You've missed this.
Yes, sir, I missed this.
This is basically model language. We already have some travel insurance, and this just puts us in compliance with, let me get all these initials right, the National Council of Insurance Legislatures and the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. It's model language that's been adopted by a number of other states, and it just puts us back in compliance with them.
Okay, now you said it wasn't passed in the last 4 years. Do you know why?
They never took it up. I never discussed it.
Never. Okay, you didn't know why they did not. Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else? Anyone else? Questions? All right, Senator, we have no further questions.
Move for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves for passage by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Tate, no. McDaniel, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you. The message passed with the 2 no votes noted. We move to Insurance, Senator Michelle. We're back on 94, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 94, House Bill 974, and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 974, Airport Authorities authorized to provide dependent health care insurance coverage as employment benefit.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I ask that Senator Delano be recognized to explain the strike-all amendment.
Senator Delano, you're recognized on the strike-all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this just gives the airport authorities the opportunity to provide group life insurance coverage for their employees and their dependents. This is just like it we do for every other municipality and many other quasi-governmental entities and counties. But for some reason, regional airport authorities was left out of the original legislation. And that's a brief explanation of the bill. I'll be glad to yield for any questions. If there are no questions, I'll move for adoption or final adoption on use of morning roll call.
Senator Williams.
Strike all, I'm sorry. We have to adopt a strike all.
Senator Williams, you're recognized for what purpose, sir?
Just a question, Mr. President.
Were you for a question, Senator Delano?
Absolutely.
Please proceed.
You said life insurance, the title says health insurance.
Health insurance, I apologize, but
okay.
It's for the insurance benefits.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions?
Move for adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
And if there are no further questions, I'd use morning roll call for final adoption.
So morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill is passed. Thank you, Senator. We're back on 95. Senator Seymour passed 96. Municipalities passed 97. County Affairs. All the above retain their place on the calendar. 97, Senator.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator
President.
Hill.
I'd like to have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1097, counties and municipalities authorized to lease facilities that are to be utilized as fire stations.
Okay, what this basically does.
Need the usual motion.
I'm sorry, make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. I'd like to be recognized to explain the bill.
You're recognized to explain the bill, Senator Hill.
Okay, what this does, the counties are already allowed to lease buildings for public buildings, courthouses, office buildings, jails, auditoriums, community centers, civic arts centers, public libraries, and gymnasiums. All this bill does is add fire stations to that they could lease a building for a fire station. And that could come into play whether a rural fire department may want to lease a building for that purpose. And so that's basically all it does, is just adds fire stations to the list of that building that could be leased to another entity by a county.
Okay, questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, Senator, you recognize.
Thank you. If there are no questions, I'd ask for passage on the morning roll call.
The passage morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Beacroft is voting no. Present. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator Hill. Go to 98. Senator Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. The motion will be to take up items 90, 98, 99, 100, 102, 103, and 104 in block. We will skip 101 and it will retain its place on the calendar.
98 to 104 in block. All in favor signify by saying aye, with the exception of 101. With all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? No. All right, we have in block. Senator, you're recognized.
Ask that the titles of these items be read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
House Bill number 503, Memorial Intersection Designate Exit 90 on Interstate 22 in Lee County as the Sheriff Harold Ray Presley Memorial Intersection. House Bill number 504, Memorial Highway Designate Segment of I-22 in Lee County as a Korean War Veterans Highway. House Bill number 505, Memorial Highway Designate Segment of I-22 in Lee County as a Vietnam Veterans Way. House Bill number 990, Memorial Highway and Bridge designated in Warren County for Margaret Gilmer. House Bill number 1002, Memorial Highway designate segment in Copiah County as the Carroll V. Hood Memorial Highway.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed. We went to 104, I believe, right? She said 98 to 104.
Yes.
Okay, we're good. All right.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Just briefly, items 98 through 100, you have seen these before. We passed Senate versions of these bills for Lee County. They're all memorial highways. House Bill 503 is a memorial intersection for Sheriff Harold Ray Presley. House Bill 504 is a memorial highway for the Korean Veterans Highway. House Bill 505 is the Vietnam Veterans Highway, also in Lee County. House Bill 990 is a bridge in Warren County to be designated as the Margaret Gilmer Memorial Bridge. House Bill 1002 will be the Memorial Highway in Copiah County for Carroll V. Hood Memorial Highway, and House Bill 1113 in Clark County for PFC Damien LaQuasha Heidelberg Memorial Intersection. If there are no questions, I move final passage on the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none, Senator has requested use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, pass en bloc. 98 to 104, Senator.
I'd now like to suspend the rules and go back to number 101, House Bill 811. Ask the title be read, please.
Motion to suspend the rules and go back to 101. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Ask the title be read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 811, Memorial Highways designated in Rankin County, Mississippi.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is, again, a memorial highway bill for a couple of sections of highway in Rankin County, and I believe there's an amendment on the desk.
Yes.
Just 1 second.
And the amendment does not change the purpose of the overall bill, but it is just some cleanup language just to make it a little bit clear the actual specific highway that's being designated. And it's U.S. Highway 80 in Rankin County within the corporate limits of Brandon, and it will be the Deputy Travis Biddle Memorial Highway. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
Motion is, any questions? Seeing no questions, motion is to adopt the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Move final passage on the morning roll call.
Final passage on the morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Use of the morning roll call, Senator.
I'd like to go to item 105 of today's calendar, House Bill 1378. Call that up and have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1378, Memorial Highways designated in Prentiss County.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a memorial highway bill for Prentiss County, and there is an amendment on the desk for this one.
One moment, please. Okay, it's on the screen, Senator.
The amendment simply removes some language from the House bill that actually passed the Senate. We did this for Senator Sparks, designated a highway as the Senator John White Memorial Highway. Chairman Busby and I in the House, we have talked about this and agreed that that is most appropriate in a Senate bill. So he will be taking Senator Sparks' bill to address that on their side. Once we remove the language, it will clean it up. And so that is the explanation of the amendment. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
Questions? Seeing none, motion to adopt the amendment by use of the morning roll call. Nope, I'm sorry. All the motion was, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator.
Move final passage on the morning roll call.
Final passage on the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? There should be recorded as voting no. Present. Thank you, Senator Branning. Public property. Public property. Pass. That's 106 and 107 retain their place upon the calendar. 108 retains its place upon the calendar. 109, 10, 110, and we go to 111, Judd B. Judd B. Senator Fillingham, you're recognized. We're on 111. The others retain their place upon the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'd like to skip item 111 and allow it to retain its place on the calendar and go to item 112. Called up and have the title read.
111 retains its place on the calendar. 112. Mr. Clerk?
House Bill number 607, Parker's Law, create crime of fentanyl delivery resulting in death.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
And I'd like to call it the strike all amendment. Explain it, Mr. President.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. So House Bill 607, as it came to us from the House, created a new crime of fentanyl delivery resulting in death. And basically it just said if you sell a drug to somebody or exchange it for something of value and it has fentanyl in it and it leads to that person's death who ingests said substance, then you are guilty of essentially committing murder and you get to be charged with 20 years to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. We in the Judd B committee thought that was a little extreme, so we have added an element of knowledge. So the difference between the House bill as it came to us and the strike all amendment that you have in front of you is we require an element of knowledge. If you as the person selling this drug have knowledge that it is laced with fentanyl and it results in the death of someone, then of course you could be subject to these penalties that were in the bill. But if you did not, then obviously it's hard to envision convicting someone of murder and having them serve no less than 20 years or up to life imprisonment with no parole without an element of knowledge that that's what in fact you were transferring to the other person. So really that's the only change. We thought it's important because obviously fentanyl deaths in the state and the country are rampant and the stuff is flowing in from China and getting put in all sorts of stuff and causing all sorts of havoc. But at the same time, we wanted to make sure that before we punish someone for murder, that they actually knew what it was that they were doing. So that is what the strike all does. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Okay, Senator Simmons. You're recognized for what purpose, Senator?
Question, Mr. President.
You here for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Simmons, with a
Thank
question.
you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Chairman, I expressed a concern in committee, and I think we attempted to address the concern, but do you still think that we are creating a situation where college students may be engaging in drug use and not really knowing what's actually in what they are using, and one of the college students may be charged with murder as a result of just being a drug user?
Great question, and of course you raised it in committee. I would direct you on lines 28 through 30 of the strike all, where we attempt to address that, where it says sort of a definition of in exchange for anything of value does not apply to the act of sharing fentanyl. So if you're college kids and you're not selling it to your friend, you're simply having a drug party, which obviously we don't want to have happen, but happens sometimes, I guess, in various situations. If what you're doing is you're sharing the drugs, then you're specifically excluded from that definition. Now, if instead of sharing it, you're selling it to somebody for something of value, exchanging it for something of value, then of course if you had knowledge that it was laced with fentanyl and the person dies and you've received something of value for it, you're not just sharing it, but you're actually selling it, then you would fall under the scope of these definitions. So I want to be very clear about that. We have certainly attempted to address what I think is a very legitimate concern, that we're just making bad decisions and we're sharing stuff we ought not to be sharing and someone ends up dying. You would not fall under this definition. But if you were actually selling it to said friend and that friend dies as the proximate cause, again, the other element, it must be the proximate cause of the death, is the fentanyl, which of course would require an autopsy, I'm sure, and that sort of thing, then you would fall under the purview of this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate your leadership and your work on this, because when the bill came over from the House, a lot of those concerns still remain before you worked on this bill. But thank you so much for your work on it.
You're very welcome. And I should point out, Senator Simmons, and I think this was maybe your recommendation, there is a reverse repealer still in this language. So we just wanted to be careful that what we did was actually what we wanted it to do and not an overreach of some sort.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, we have a number of other questions. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
Thank you, everybody in our North Gallery. We have with us from Ocean Springs, Mr. Al Lucky, Ocean Springs School Board Attorney, and many of you know his much better half than him, Jeannie Lucky, his wife. So please welcome him to the Senate. Thank you, Al, for being here.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hill, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Question.
You for a question,
Yes,
Senator
sir.
Fillingame? Please proceed, Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We did have some good debate on this bill, and I just wanted to reiterate a question or concern that I had, which is one reason why I believe we put this reverse repealer in there. And I think I brought up to you that it would be very hard for some college student or even a street level dealer to have any knowledge that there was fentanyl in a drug. So I guess my question still is that I hope that we would consider when it goes to conference that instead of this strike all saying that we have to have knowledge of the fentanyl, which I don't think anybody's going to have knowledge of it unless they prepared it over in China, that we could potentially reduce this charge to something like manslaughter or some type of negligent charge, that we could hold someone accountable and create a real deterrence for this crime of transferring a drug, whether you're selling it or giving it, when you really don't have any idea what's in it. And until people realize that there's going to be some penalty for that, and you're, transporting or giving these drugs to your friends or whatever, it's probably going to continue. So I would just ask that you would strongly consider those things, and hopefully our House friends will agree that something that means something is better than just passing something. So I guess that would be my concern, and I appreciate your work on this.
Thank you, Senator Hill. I appreciate you and the question. I think it's a legitimate concern. We're not here to just do window dressing. I mean, if we're going to do something, we need to do something. At the same time, I think you've raised a very legitimate concern. Some of the elements that might be brought to bear of knowledge, and again, I'm not a prosecutor, so I don't pretend to be one, but I would assume that if you're selling, said drug for a period of time at one price, and then next week you get a new batch, and all of a sudden you jack that price up double, and you tell everyone you're selling it to, this stuff is really good, way better than the stuff I've been selling you. I mean, there's some knowledge there of an enhancement and of more potency. Now, whether that rises to the level of I knew it had fentanyl on it specifically, and how to prove that, I think you raise very legitimate concerns.
Being a chemistry major, I don't think that rises to the occasion of them knowing it had fentanyl in it. But
I see where you're going with that, and I concur.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Barrett. For what purpose, Senator?
Question.
Were you for a question,
Yes,
Senator
sir.
Fillingame? You're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, just a quick question.
Sure.
Under 4129-139, I know there's a difference in a sale charge and a possession with intent to distribute, and I think that statute says distribution, giving a drug away is as guilty as selling the drug. So I guess my concern is, does this bill focus solely upon someone trying to make money off of the sale and they would be charged with a greater crime?
That is certainly not the intent of it. And I do think it's the intent to go after those who profit from the sale of these drugs. So, you know, I hear your question, and I've actually asked our council to be looking at the various penalties of second-degree murder or of manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, those sorts of things, to make sure that when this bill should have become law, once it passes, we want to make sure that this is an enhancement and not actually something that would be a lesser crime than what maybe already is on the books.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
I have a question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator Phil?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Jordan.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, how would you know that this person is telling the truth? Would a lie detector test be given to the one who has sold the person a drug?
I don't think lie detector tests, and again, I don't play a prosecutor or a criminal defense attorney in real life or on TV, but I don't believe polygraph tests are accepted as evidence in most trials.
Well, you're just going to take the seller's word that he didn't know it, he's completely ignorant of...
I'm sure every one of them is going to say they didn't know it. It'll be upon the prosecutor to prove that he or she did know it based on maybe text messages, emails that they have where they received it from the supplier saying this is really great stuff. It's laced with fentanyl, so you can charge a lot more money and it's a lot more potent.
What black market fentanyl is not legal anywhere. Why do we need to be dealing with this bill? Why don't we just don't allow fentanyl and allow them to sell this stuff?
Well, you're right. It's illegal already.
Sure.
And we're not trying to make it illegal because it already is. What we're trying to say is we recognize, even though it is illegal, we have lots of children and young people dying of fentanyl overdose. And so we're trying to address the real life concern that people are still getting this stuff in the country, mainly from China, and are selling this on the college campuses and in high schools, and it's killing people.
Well, they're doing that because we allow them to do that because a lot of money is involved here. Why don't we stop them from doing it? We have enough law enforcement to do that, but we don't want to stop it because of resources they're getting.
I think you and I are singing off the same hymnal. This bill actually seeks to make it very serious in nature. If you sell something laced with fentanyl to someone and they die, you could be subject to no less than 20 years incarceration up to life imprisonment without parole. That's what this bill does. It's tough.
I know it, but we're not tough enough.
Amen.
Thank you.
I'm with you, Senator Jordan.
Okay, Senator Sparks, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator
Yes, sir.
Pilgrim?
Sure.
You recognize Senator Sparks for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your work on this because in the manner the bill came over, it was very troubling, but
Yes, sir.
I know you have stated it has a reverse repealer, and
Yes,
it's something that we can work on in conference. There's just a couple of questions, I guess, or points that I want to make, that if we go to conference on it and it comes out of conference with these problems, we obviously don't have a chance to amend it anymore.
Right.
One concern is it uses language like proximate cause. This is a criminal statute, and proximate cause is more of a civil standard in a lawsuit. You've mentioned knowledge, and when you mention knowledge, you're referring to specific knowledge.
Yes.
Okay, then that makes it a specific intent crime.
Right.
Then on line 20, we carve out if you make some, rendering aid effort without the intent to defraud. Once again, we've inserted civil language into a criminal statute that I'm either going to stand for this criminal crime
if it's the proximate cause of death, and now if you can prove that my efforts to render aid were without the intent to defraud. So we're back into a civil matter, and we have a 20-year minimum in this crime. Is that
Right,
correct?
that's
Okay. Then in line 29, we talk about sharing fentanyl. Well, ultimately, that comes down to a definition that, again, we're more on the civil side of the coin than we are the criminal side. Then on line 31, we talk about legislative intent, and line 34, that it's not the intent of the legislature. So in this very short bill, we've referenced civil law about 3 times. We have called it a specific intent crime, and then we've tried to tell what the legislature's doing. And I just want, and this is no reflection on the work of your committee, you've worked real hard to try to get something that could even pass muster.
Right.
But if we have to say what the intent is and is not of the legislature, it's pretty obvious that we're confused ourselves. So while fentanyl is a very dangerous substance, it is being abused, it is being utilized in the very methods that are here, we want to be careful not to misuse the criminal statutes to attempt to prevent something that's already a crime.
Right.
Okay, and I guess the final thing, and I'd have to look it up, it's if someone poisoned me, if someone gave me over a period of time poison, and you could prove they did that with specific intent, they could charge me with a crime, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if I take fentanyl unknowingly in a Xanax, I think it is, and someone has put fentanyl in it, we already have something on the statutes for that on the books.
You do, if that person, I think, had knowledge of, in your analogy with I'm poisoning someone, obviously I knew that was my intent to poison them. In this situation, perhaps the producer obviously knew what they were putting into the drug, but perhaps the intermediate person who then sells it to somebody on the college campus does not. So you get into some shades of gray as to where does the knowledge come in, which is, I think, what Senator Hill was referencing earlier.
And the protections we've built in this bill are mostly for that person you mentioned.
Absolutely.
That's the intermediary.
Yes.
But we do reference in the bill that anyone who profits, so technically
Yes.
this statute could reach past that intermediary back up the food chain.
That's exactly right.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
line 32 rather, it says, this bill's intent is to assist in the prosecuting of any person who sells or otherwise profits from the sale of this unlawful fentanyl. So it's not just the dealer himself or herself, it's the people that profit, which would go on up the chain to the producer as well. Thank you for the good questions.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Senator McMahon. I think his light is on. Somebody might want to cut his light off for him there, Senator Norwood. And I don't see him here present, so we'll go next. Any other questions for Senator Fillingane?
If no other questions, Mr. President, I would move adoption of the strike all amendment.
Adoption of the strike all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next.
If no other questions, I would move adoption of the bill by use of the morning roll
Use of
call.
the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Simmons. Jordan. Hickman. Frazier. Jackson. Butler. Thomas. Sparks. Who? Williams. Butler. Horn. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. Bill passed as noted. 113.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get item 113 called up and have the title read.
Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill number 980, Controlled Substances Provide Automatic Defense Prosecution for Charge that is brought within 2 years of a federal reclassification of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that you recognize Senator England to explain the bill.
Senator England, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senators, what this is, we had Senate Bill 2397 we passed earlier. This is very similar to that bill, House Bill 980, except this bill states that in the event of a classification or declassification of a controlled substance on the federal schedule or controlled substance, the state officer may issue an order under this section. The Senate Bill 2397 said shall issue, this one says may issue, and that's really the only substantive change with this bill than the one that we passed out of here previously. I'm happy to answer any questions, and if there are none, I would move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Okay. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Final passage on use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no. Hill? Present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. We'll go to 114, Chairman DeBar. Chairman DeBar passes 114 through, one moment, please. 119, pass and retain the place on the calendar. Chairman Parks. Chairman Parks, we're on 120, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1313, Fostering Access and Inspiring True Hope Faith Scholarship Program Act create to provide post-secondary financial assistance to foster children.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Parks.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the strike-all amendment.
You're recognized to explain the strike-all, Senator.
So in this bill, we are providing tuition for foster children. We're also, and this is only after they have exhausted all the other opportunities. There are several different loan opportunities they have to take, and so this would just be, as we would call it, the last mile. I know there was a lot of conversation about this over in the House, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions? Questions? Okay, Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You
Yes,
for a question, Senator? Senator Parks, you for a question. Senator Hill, you're recognized.
I do. Thank you. So they could get this up to age 26, or they could actually start it up to age 26, so they could start it at 25?
Yes, they could.
Okay. Do they have to meet all the other admission criteria for the institution?
Yes, there's no exception.
Okay. And this is basically just tuition, not room and board, correct?
It would make them, it would allow for them to participate in any programs that would be available.
But I mean, is there a cap on how much per year in here that we're spending?
There is a cap, and there is also a cap on the recipients as well.
Okay, but how are we going to divide that out? Are we going to, is it decided that we're only going to pay tuition, or are we going to pay tuition, room and board? I know it capped it at a certain amount, and it capped it like at 150 people, but I just want to know how that divides out. If it's just, I thought I read it was just tuition.
It's just tuition, but I apologize. It is just tuition, but it makes provisions for them to be able to stay on campus or the college, like during the holidays at Christmas. A foster child may not have a place to.
Oh, I understand, okay.
So that would just allow that. I apologize.
No, that's fine, but they do have to meet other admissions criteria. There's a cap on it, and we would do 150, and it's first come, first served, and then each year it will be prioritized to the ones who were already in the program before?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Making sure.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Polk, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Were you
President.
for a question, Senator Parks?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to assuage my fear again, I asked this question in committee.
children who are not necessarily declared foster children, will they possibly be covered? For instance, a child that has been raised in a community setting like Baptist Children's Village, would they able to get this scholarship also?
The way the bill reads, it is a foster child program.
Okay, so I was under the understanding that children that children that were a part of being reared in a community setting like Baptist Children's Village would have the advantage to be able to take advantage of this scholarship. Are you saying that's not the case, or is there something I'm missing here?
And I may be totally missing it as well. I don't know how those children are categorized, so that's my bad, and I can get that information for you.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
She had, they were on this one.
Yeah.
We're right here.
She gonna call us up.
One,
That's fine. That's fine.
one moment, please.
Strike off.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Every strike
You're gonna,
off.
we have an amendment?
Yes, we do, Senator. One moment. Waiting on the amendment. One moment, please.
If no other questions?
Is this an amendment?
Yeah, because I do have an amendment at the time. Okay. But that's my amendment. That's my amendment. Well, there's two amendments now, okay? So I think the amendment that's before you is on line 471. And on that amendment, we are adding independent colleges to it, as well as any other universities, and that would be monetary.
We're still right here.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we have a reverse repealer. Just one. We'll cover it in reverse repealer. No, we're good.
Okay. So we have an amendment. Any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator. Move to adopt.
Yeah, hang on a second.
All right.
Move adoption of the
Amendment.
amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. Now we're back.
Yeah, so I move for adoption of the strike all as amended.
I think we have to. Okay. Okay, Senator, we have a question. Senator Norwood, before we make the motion. Senator Norwood, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Were you for a question, Senator Sparks?
I do.
Sparks, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Parks, in this endeavor. But I have just, along the lines of Senator Pope, are there any provision, we have a lot of homeless population, a lot of homeless children. Are there any provisions, or are there any allowance for homeless children to be considered for this as well?
We have just put a reverse repealer in there, and we can continue to, I would love to continue working with you and get that information in this bill and work with you.
Thanks, Senator Parks.
All right, thank you.
Hobson, you're recognized for what purpose, sir?
Just point of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Was the amendment the reverse repealer that was
Yes.
adopted? Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
That is
Yes.
correct.
All right, thank you.
I know you had a similar motion, but the amendment that was adopted was a reverse repealer, June 30, 2022. Okay, other questions? Other questions? Okay, Senator, now we're on the strike all, we're ready for your motion.
So the motion would be,
I Adopt the strike all.
Adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're back on the bill.
Yes, if final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call is requested. All in favor signify, Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none. Senator, thank you. Chairman Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Chairman Bryan. Pass on 121, 122, 123, retain their place on the calendar. Chairman Blackwell. Chairman Blackwell. Okay, Senator, we're on 124, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass item 124, ask it to keep its place on the calendar and go to 125.
124
Ask the
retains
title
its
be
place
read.
on the title. 125, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 658, Medicaid, delete freeze on provider reimbursement rates and establish procedure for review of proposed rate changes.
I do have a strike all. I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. The strike all
Oh,
that
I'm sorry, we've got the usual motion. I forgot, Senator, on reading. Usual motion first. If you make the usual motion first.
I'm sorry, make the usual motion.
Yes, sir. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready.
Thank you. House Bill 658, is basically what we did is we took the language from Senate Bill 2659, which we passed 51 to nothing. It was our attempt to try to fix the chokehold language that Medicaid was concerned with. So what we did is we struck out all the language in 658, put all the Senate language in, and in addition, we also added language from Senate Bill 2659, which we had passed, as well as 2664, which we had passed. And just to refresh your memory on those two particular items, 2659 had to deal with we added language that would provide a clear legislative directive that the division should reimburse under the former pharmacy reimbursement methodology if the state plan amendment is disapproved. And the department believes that the CMS is going to disapprove that plan. So we need that language. And then 2664 all it had to do was to request the department to seek a waiver for birthing centers. That's an explanation of the strike all. I'll yield for questions and then move for adoption.
Questions on the strike all? Seeing none.
Move for adoption of the strike all.
Adoption of the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, Senator.
I'll yield for questions on the bill. If none, request passage by the use of morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Chisholm? That's a no vote, Senator Chisholm? Present? Hobson? Present? Hill? Present? Tate? Present? Suber? Present? Barrett? Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes as noted. Chairman Pope. Chairman Pope. Chairman Pope passes 126, 27, and 128. Chairman Tate. Chairman Tate, we're on 129.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 129 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1331, election commissioners require skills assessment for every 4 years instead of every year.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to explain the bill.
You're recognized to explain the bill.
So House Bill 1331, what is kind of a compromise of what we passed out of this chamber earlier this year of Senate Bill 2532. Right now, election commissioners have to take a skills assessment test every year. We had passed one that we do away with that test, and this would just bring it to every 4 years. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Jordan. For what purpose, sir?
I have a question.
You yield for questions, Senator Tate?
Yes, sir.
Please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tate, why is this necessary? Why are we doing this?
Because I don't think it's necessary that they have to take a test every year to be able to serve.
You think taking every 4 years, they can still be just as efficient handling the election as they are taking it once a year?
Yes, sir. They have to take required educational hours each year. This doesn't affect that at all.
This doesn't affect the testing.
The required educational hours, it doesn't affect that. It'll just make it from every year having to take a test to once every 4 years.
And you think they can still be efficient as they are now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
For a question, Senator Tate?
Yes, sir.
Senator Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Tate.
Yes, sir.
And I think you mentioned this earlier, let's make sure I got it correct. We took out all the tests, correct?
We took out testing. The House has killed that version. I've talked to the Election Commissioners Association, and instead of trying to fight this thing out in conference and perhaps it die and then they have to keep taking a test every year, they would rather, bird in the hand as opposed to two in the bush,
Okay, so these are all elected officials, correct?
That's
all election commissioners.
Yes.
And does any other election commission take tests?
Not that I know of, and look, we passed this out of here, you were in favor of it, I'm in favor of it. This will get us there, and we can send this thing to the governor where we at least, cut it into a fourth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Butler. Any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, ready for your motion, Senator.
Yes, sir. I move for passage based on the morning roll call.
Pass the morning roll call. It's been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Close the voting. No. Present. Seeing none. Bill passes. 130, Senator.
Yes, sir. I'd like to go to item number 130 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1341, municipal candidates clarify residency requirements of certain.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. So House Bill 1341, what it's going to do is amend Section 2187, which will require city council members to be residents of their ward for 2 years prior to the time of qualifying for the election. I believe it was in 2019, the legislature passed residency requirements for all county, district, and city seats. This was one that just wasn't clarified. There was an AG's opinion that states what this bill does, and all this is doing is codifying the AG's opinion. That's an explanation of the bill, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Norwood, you're recognized for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Tate. Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tate, now how will we verify, does bills stipulate how you will verify the residency of the individual that's seeking the office?
This doesn't, but there are other laws out there to which you can go by to try to find out whether somebody actually lives, in that area. A candidate can challenge that. Whoever's administering the election, they can challenge that, and actually have a hearing in front of a circuit judge who will make a determination of whether or not that candidate can be placed on the ballot.
Okay, and I understand that, but I just thought if we had it all here together, it would be better, because this
just handles the municipal, and again, I think that was the intent of the legislature back in 2019. It just wasn't clear, and so we've had a few jurisdictions that have read it differently, and so we asked for an AG's opinion. Unfortunately, I don't believe we got the AG's opinion in time for the municipal elections last year, so this is just to codify the AG's opinion.
So you okay with this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McMahon. For what purpose, sir?
Question?
Will you for a question, Senator Tate?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator McMahon.
Senator Tate, I know election integrity is important to you, and it is to me as well. What type of proof does someone has to have to prove that they live in the district?
I think that what it'll be is, number one, that you're going on their word to qualify. So to qualify, there isn't any proof that you have to provide. It's once that potential candidate is then challenged by either the administrators of the election or by a candidate that's in that election, then the proof will be on that person to prove to a circuit judge, or the burden would be on the one making the challenge to prove to a circuit judge that person does not live in that.
So just because you might have a driver's license showing that you live in one area, if you don't have a utility bill, then that would be...
That's not good enough, yes, sir. I wouldn't say that's good enough.
Yeah. So I'm interested in the penalties. I want there to be secure vote integrity in this state. What type of penalties? Do you think we should codify penalties and jail time for those that would circumvent our election process and try to commit fraud on the people?
I know this, that whenever you register to vote, at the bottom of your registration, you're putting on there that you're swearing to where you're living and that it is a felony crime if you're lying about that. So I think that we already have things on the books, and I'd be more than happy to work with you to stiffen those. I feel like you can't go far enough to make sure that we secure the integrity of our election.
I agree with you, and I appreciate your work, and I have personally turned in people I know that live in the district that I serve. I have turned them in for voter fraud. So I hope that we pursue that, because I want all the elections in Mississippi to be have integrity and that every legal vote be counted, as I know you do too.
I appreciate that. Me and Senator Seymour actually last year authored some legislation to strengthen it up. It didn't make it through committee, unfortunately, but yes, sir, you know that I'm there for that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McMahon. Other questions? Okay, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
If no more questions, move for passage on the morning roll call.
As the morning roll call has been requested, anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Records voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Use the morning roll call. 131, Senator Tate.
Yes, sir. I ask number 131, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1510, elections, revised procedures regarding voter roll maintenance.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Yes, sir. I have an amendment for this that I'd like to explain now.
Explain the amendment.
So 1510, I know that my emails have been blowing up. I know I've been contacted through social media. There's a lot of questions about this because originally this House bill had several different layers going in several different areas. The House gutted it a good bit to take out a lot of that language, so a lot of what people are concerned about cannot be added back into this. And what I'd like to do is add a reverse repealer to this. That's what they told me to do. And so anyway, I'd like to add a reverse repealer to this just so that it ensures that we take it to conference and we make sure that everybody doesn't have any indigestion about this bill.
Okay, questions on the bill. Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
I was just looking at the amendment. The repeal say January 1, 2022. Is that correct?
That would be an error then. Okay. It still would, because it's passage, it would still repeal it. I guess it's just not your standard repeal date, but it still would repeal it.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Senator Butler. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Okay, just a clarification as to why some of these bills say this, January 1, 2022, and then some of them say June 30th, 2022. I'm just curious as to why some of these bills say this and some say the other. Is it doing the same thing?
I just simply asked for a reverse repealer. This is what I was handed, and so it still repeals it, you know. I think it still gets the job done on what we're trying to do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Other questions on the bill? I'm sorry, on the amendment. Okay, Senator, we're ready for your motion on the amendment, please, sir.
Do we need to do the amendment? All I ask for passage of the amendment to the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Your amendment is adopted. Senator, we're on the strike call.
Okay, so back on 1510, we do have a reverse repealer in it, but the language is simply what we passed earlier this year, which was Senate Bill 2606, which was the bill that was going to get us out of a lawsuit, not only the state of Mississippi, but also 6 counties that are personally having to fund for a lawsuit on how we treat our naturalized citizens. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You for a question, Senator Tate?
Yes, sir.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you. Just wanted to, my county is one of those counties.
Yes, sir.
So, and I know we've asked for, I guess, a funding on that. So you're saying that this will take care of that issue
Yes,
for
sir.
these counties? If
Yes,
this
sir. And
passes?
your circuit clerk, Mr. Randy, has a lot to thank because it was not brought to my attention until he contacted me that Jackson County was one of the 6 counties that was actually having to, foot the bill for.
Right. They're having to defend on behalf of that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So thank you very much for your work.
Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, we're on the strike call, Senator.
Yes, sir. I ask to adopt the strike all as amended.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Final passage on the morning roll.
One moment, please. Okay, I didn't understand that, ma'am, but we're now on the use of the morning roll call has been requested. Any object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Blackwell. Hickman. Barnett. Thomas. Fraser. Simmons, D. Simmons. Jordan. Jackson. Butler. Blunt. Turner. Norwood. Anyone else? Anyone else? Both Butlers. Right. Kelvin was a no. You're a no vote, Senator Butler? Kelvin? Okay, and Senator Albert Butler was a no. So both Butlers. Anyone else? Bill passes. Thank you. All right. Chairman Barnett, we're on 132.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up the item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 863, Mississippi Prison Industries Act of 1990, bring forward for the purpose of possible amendment. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Go. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up the strike all and allow to explain.
Recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. The strike all that we have before us today is kind of a combination that goes in hand with what Senator Parker got up and explained yesterday on House Bill 1052 that will allow Mississippi Prison Industries to work under the Department of Corrections in creating the position to where we can have a deputy director that's involved in workforce development. This bill is needed to I guess to work hand in hand with House Bill 1052 from yesterday that we all approved. So that's an explanation of it, Mr. President. If there's no question, I move that we adopt the strike all.
Questions on the bill? Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You're for question, Senator. Senator Norwood, you're recognized.
I said.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Barnett. Let me understand now. MPIC, according to Senator Parker's legislation, MPIC is rolling over into Department of Correction.
That's correct.
Now, MPIC has a board of directors, correct?
That's correct.
What's going to happen to the board of directors at MPIC?
This bill, the board will still be there. The board will still be there, so that there will be some oversight. So it just won't be complete control by MDOC.
Now, the leadership at MPIC, who would the leadership at MPIC report to?
Sir?
Who would the leadership at MPIC report to?
Who would they report to?
Yes. Would they report to the Department of Correction, or would they report to the Board of Directors?
They would report to the Department of Corrections, but there will be oversight from the board. And this is on recommendations from a peer report that was done in October. So we're just taking the recommendations of the peer report.
I mean, I understand that, but I just want to be clear as to the lines of communication or lines of responsibility.
It would still have private sector input, just like that's going on with MPIC now, who is formerly MACCOR.
Okay. Okay, I think you answered my question. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Senator Seymour, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Question, Mr.
Were you
President.
for a question, Senator? Yes, Senator Seymour, you're recognized.
Does this take the appointments away from the governor and give it directly to the, Mr. Burrows?
Yes, this is a position that's being created, so there's no appointment by the governor for this. Would be an additional position inside the Department of Correction, because if you understand right now, there is not a position there that works with workforce development in the Department of Correction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Seymour. Other questions? Senator Hobson, for what purpose?
I've stepped over
Sorry,
here.
Senator Sparks, for you.
Thank you, Senator Hobson, has allowed me to use his microphone.
All right, Senator Barnett, will you accept?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator
Thank you,
Sparks.
Mr. President. Is this the bill we discussed in committee where that there's a board that's going to be appointed that are going to be the Commissioner of the Department of Corrections, the Workforce Deputy Commissioner, the Executive Director of Workforce, and 4 designees of the Commissioner?
That's correct.
Okay. Does this bill have a reverse repealer in it?
It does.
Okay. I strongly encourage us to work on the makeup of a board that includes the Commissioner, a direct report to the Commissioner, and 4 appointees of the Commissioner on a 7-person board. If I'm on a board and I get 4 appointments and 1 direct report, I can win every vote. So I strongly encourage that we look at the makeup of this board.
And that's no problem, Senator. That's why we had a reverse repealer here to take it to conference. And I think most of you all know that I have been honest in all of my presentations as far as legislation goes, and all of the concerns will be addressed. And if it's not like what we wanted when it comes out of conference, then we don't take it up here. Okay, Mr. President, if there's no other questions, I move that we adopt the strikeout.
Questions? Seeing no questions, we're ready. You need a motion for the strikeout. Do you make
Yes.
that? Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that passage based upon the morning roll call.
Passage morning roll call has been requested. Anyone objective? Procedure. Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. 133.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up item 133 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 906, Corrections Omnibus Bill, enact. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry. Senator makes the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we'll be allowed to call up the strike all and explain it.
You're recognized to explain the strike-all, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This omnibus bill that we have here was the bill that was double referred to corrections and AET. And what we did on this, it was a huge bill that was sent over by the House. And what we did, we took out all of the other language except for the part that dealt with the commissioner's pen and some Mississippi prison industry's language, so that we can be able to continue to work on the bill that I just finished explaining and the one that Senator Parker spoke on yesterday. And this is basically what this omnibus bill does, Mr. President. If there's no No other questions on it. Move that we adopt the strike.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, all in favor of adoption of the strike law, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we'll pass this based upon the morning roll call.
It's based on the morning roll calls requesting an objective procedure. Which be recorded as voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Senator Seymour? Pass. Senator Whaley, Chairman Whaley, passes. 134, 135 retain their place on the calendar. Senator Wiggins? We're on 136.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 136, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 78, Charles Phillip Field Buffington Jr., Canton, Mississippi. Mississippi Tort Claims Board as chairman. Appointee shall serve at the will and pleasure of the governor. Vice, Mr. Stephen Ayers.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd be asked to be allowed to explain the nomination, and my motion will be that we do advise and consent.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. Mr. Buffington came before the subcommittee, and he passed out unanimously to the full committee with recommendation that the nomination go through. He came before the full committee. There were not many questions, but his information is in order. He did address the committee, thanked us for allowing him to serve in this position. And of course, there is no, information that's going to come out that would be compromising. So with that, my motion would be that we advise and consent on the nomination.
On the morning roll call, one moment, any questions? Any
Move
questions?
that we advise and consent using the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that items 137 through 144 that we pass and they remain on the calendar, and we go to item 145, call that up and ask the title be read.
137 to 144 retain their place upon the calendar. 145, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1067, Child Support, provide for imputation guidelines.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill comes to us from the task force through the recommendations that I've spoken to you before. Just brief background, the bill that's before you is current law dealing with how child support is determined. And then the language that's in the bill is what was addressed by the task force. In short, it is that when chancellors are looking at a determination on child support, that they need to take into account the needs of the obligated parent, and that includes employment history, ability to pay, other things such as assets, residence, job skills. The bottom line is that the task force felt that this needed to be done so that the custodial parent, the non-custodial parent, or as the bill says, obligated parent, is having a fair look-see by the court, and the court can address it accordingly. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. If no questions, then we'd move passage on the morning roll call.
Senator Williams, for what purpose, sir? False light. Senator Turner, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question?
Were you here for a question, Senator Wiggins?
Yes.
Senator, you're recognized. Senator Turner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does the bill establish the amount of consideration the chancellors to give to the obligations of the?
As you know, current law is based on a percentage. This is not changing any percentages. In fact, during the task force that was discussed, but that is not changing any of the percentages amount, the amount of percentages.
will the bill give the chancellor the authorization to adjust or to make modifications to the adjusted gross income based on these
Yes.
additional criteria?
Yes.
To what extent?
I'm sorry?
To what extent?
Well, to the extent that it tells them they have to look at these things before they before they set the child support amount. Line 74 imputation of the income shall not be based upon a standard amount in lieu of fact gathering. So what the task force has recommended is that they look, instead of just going, okay, 14% automatically, the chancellor goes and looks at their ability to pay, the assets, the things like that, and then using that as the guideline, they make the decision.
But the bill does not give any guidance to the chancellor in terms of how these additional factors are incorporated in the formula. And I guess what I'm trying to ask is, would this bill allow the chancellor to reduce the adjusted gross income based on insurance that's provided for the children that are in the household with the obligated parent?
Is your question specifically about insurance?
Not just insurance, but then you mentioned assets.
Under current law, they can already deviate provided they provide on the record reason why they do that. Okay, this bill does not change any of that. This simply says chancellors do fact gathering with these items and make the decision.
So it's just whatever, it's really just based on the discretion of the chancellor, how much.
We're not taking that discretion away. We're actually, to a degree, is trying to get them, and this was the task force, which had different folks on it, to look at the background of the obligated parent. And I will read it to you from the task force that this change would increase reliable child support for children by setting orders based on the obligated parent's earnings, income, and other evidence of ability to pay. Research shows that orders set beyond a parent's ability to pay can lead to unintended consequences. And so they just want to make sure that they're not setting them up to fail, is the bottom line.
So, because I'm maybe having an issue verbalizing my concern, but part of my concern is, are we going to end up with a child support obligation that we cannot track?
No. We cannot what?
Track. Typically, if it's a mathematical formula, we know what the adjusted gross income is based upon. But if we're allowing the chancellor just to look at these additional factors,
they have to follow the guidelines. They can't go beyond. It's basically going behind the 14%, 22%, and so forth. And maybe I'm not understanding your question.
As I understand current child support calculations, if the adjusted gross income is going to be changed, we can actually look at these figures on paper and determine what was subtracted, what they're not allowed to have credit for, and then based on that figure, the percentages are calculated. But now, I think if this bill is to pass, then the chancellors would have the authority to look at these other factors, but we don't know what kind of weight is accorded to them. And so I don't understand how we're going to, I don't know how I would understand, if I'm representing someone in a child support case, how I can calculate child support and be comfortable that whatever figure the judge has arrived at is not subject to error.
Well, okay. If I'm and by the way, this is going to the non-custodial parent who is the one that's obligated to pay. And if I'm representing that parent, then I'm saying to the judge, there's these things that you have to look at before and until you sign the 15%, 22%, whatever it may be. Because they may say, look, 15% may work, but because this person is out of work or whatever, that doesn't work for them, and then they can make the adjustment.
But if
Try
the-
not to get too legalese here.
But if the person is out of work, then that affects the income that's
does.
subject to the 14% or, whatever the
does.
percentages are.
And what the task force heard, which was that people that are out of work, they're still being assessed the 14%, which is right. But they're also, some would say they're not able to pay that, and so they're being not set up, but they're being set up to fail. And so they just want the judges to look at it, to make sure it's fair and equitable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You have for question, Senator Wiggins.
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins, am I correct that this legislation is friendly as far as a non-custodial parent that's struggling to pay child support? This legislation is friendly to help that individual to sustain their livelihood, if you will, and also provide what they can in support of their child according to the judge's more or less discretion.
That's correct. It is, let me clarify, it is in no way releasing them of the obligation, but you use the word friendly, and yes, it is allowing the judge to look at it from their, or basically saying, look at it their perspective so that we can be fair to everybody, yes.
And it also, the record would also bear that this is going to help out a lot of non-custodial parents to fulfill their obligation with some form of dignity. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you,
Yes.
Senator Wiggins.
Yes,
Thank you.
that's correct.
Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You have for question, Senator Wiggins?
Yes.
Senator Hickman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Just a couple of questions. I'm also trying to get some clarity on exactly what this bill does. Now, it is my understanding that, and as you've stated a couple of times, that once a chancellor determines what percentage a non-custodial parent is to pay, there are certain factors that they can already consider in maybe changing the child support obligation one way or another. Is that correct?
I don't understand. Who's asking the question? Who's concerned about this? You or somebody else?
Me.
Yeah. Who's asking that question?
I'm asking the question.
Okay. So if I understand, it's not changing anything in current law. It's just saying judges look at this, look at these factors as well.
So I'm guessing, I guess my question is, my overall question, if you'd answered that one, was, so basically we're not changing nothing, we're just codifying what judges are already doing, is that?
No, no.
So what's the change to the law, I guess, overall?
Okay, if you look at line 74, okay, starting at 71, the court shall take into account the basic subsistence needs of the obligated parent who has a limited ability to pay. Imputation should not be based on a standard amount in lieu of fact gathering. In the absence of specific sufficient evidence of past earnings, so forth, the recommended child support obligation amount should be based on available information. This can include, but not is limited to, such factors as assets, residence, and so forth and so on, that's listed in lines 82 to 87.
All right, so I get, well, so the question, the chancellor would, under this statute, and I did give a quick reading to the entire statute, the chancellor would determine, first of all, the gross income and then apply the percentage standard, but then they would go back as additional factors and look at these factors to determine what the actual child support obligation would be.
If it's in that exact order, I can't say that. I think every chancellor does it differently from that standpoint. But yes, it gives them these factors to look at when they're making those determinations. Also, as I read there, in the absence of specific sufficient evidence of past earnings and employment history, the recommended child support obligation amount should be based on available information. So if they have everything, then it's it's really not an issue, okay? But if they don't have everything, sometimes that happens, then this is giving directions for what they need to look at.
Okay, one final question. So does this the role, like if a chancellor gets here and determined that they need to give grace or whatever to a non-custodial parent who may have a shady job history, who doesn't, work a job, does this throw out of the door the gross income and percentages, and they just
No.
come up with a number?
No.
So what does it do?
I guess you could say it supplements those.
Thank you.
And I want to be extremely, extremely clear. This is in no way changing the percentages of adjusted gross income that's in the bill. Those are being left the same.
Well, so let me clarify my questions. I actually like the bill. I'm just trying to understand it. So these are friendly questions. I'm just trying to get an understanding of exactly what this bill does, and I still don't know.
As I think Senator Norwood said, that it helps it helps for the judge to look at the perspective of the obligated parent to make sure that it's equitable and things are being paid right.
Okay, Senator Hickman? Okay.
Oh.
Senator Barrett?
No.
Well, for what purpose, Senator?
Question.
Were you here for a question, Senator?
Yes.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that this bill only deals with imputation of child support, correct?
Correct.
So if two parties bring in an 805 financial declaration, they present their financials, this has no effect on that, correct?
Correct.
This will be where there's an absent party and the judge is imputing income to that absent party, correct?
Correct. And as you probably know, if they come in together, put their 805s, they agree to it.
Right.
And as I've said, most judges are going to go along with that if the parties and their counsel agrees to it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hobson, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Are
President.
you for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Hobson, you're recognized for a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will the chancellor have to make a written finding if there is a determination to be made on the child support?
No.
Okay.
Only what they have to do already if they were going beyond the guidelines.
Well, do you think they would have to make, as part of their written finding, go through all these factors and making their determination that they varied from the 14%?
No, and there's no language that's added to the bill that says they have to do that in a written finding.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Younger, for what purpose, sir?
Question, please.
Were you here for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Younger, with a question.
I guess I'm the only person that's not a lawyer asking a question, but
thank goodness.
That doesn't make you smart, Senator Wiggins. So, say one of the parents is working for cash. Are they still not going to be, I mean, you know, I think this is going to do more harm than good.
Well, okay, I think part of this is, for those that do practice this regularly, to what Senator Barrett was saying, under the law and under the rules of court, every person has to file what's called a Rule 805, that under penalty of perjury, that you have to declare your income and your assets and your debts. If you're making cash and you do not put that on the 805 and it comes out later that you didn't put that on there, then you can be held subject to perjury. And so I think every attorney who practices this, it tells their clients, you have to put that on there. So before we even get to this stage, the parties have already, or should have already, and are required to, by law, to present to the court how much money they're making. Both parties. That's both what ends up being the custodial and non-custodial parent. So no, it's not doing more harm. It's actually, as the task force said, that the change would increase reliable child support for children by setting orders based on the earnings. Research shows that orders set beyond the parent's ability can lead to unintended consequences as it relates to debt, reduced unemployment, and so forth. And mind you, and I know I keep mentioning the task force, this task force literally had practitioners, it had Supreme Court justices, it had Court of Appeals justice, it had DHS victim advocate, I say victim advocate, people in that deal with this on a daily basis. So this is not, so I guess this recommendation is coming to us from people that want to see it work well.
Thank you, Senator Younger. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, Senator Wiggins, we're ready.
Move adopt passage on the morning roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no. Hill. Chisholm. Seymour. Turner. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Senator Black. Get Blackman is no.
Mr. President, I'd ask that items 146 through 150 remain on the calendar. We pass those and they remain on the calendar.
Pass and remain on the calendar from 146 to 150. Chairman Branning. Thank you. Chairman Whaley. Pass. Chairman DeBar. Chairman DeBar. Pass. Okay. Chairman Fillingane. We're on 154.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 154, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1479, Mississippi Department of Corrections Commissioners, revised authority to inflict the death penalty.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I move that we adopt this strike all in lieu of the original bill, and I'd like to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the strike all, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the strike law before you to the House bill revises the provision of law that governs the method of execution in Mississippi. It gives discretion to the Commissioner, the Deputy Commissioner for Corrections for Finance, and the Administration, and the Deputy Commissioner for Institutions of the Mississippi Department of Corrections to choose the method of execution in the state. It also revises the method of lethal injection from a certain order of drugs to a, quote, substance or substances in a legal quantity, end quote, which gives the state more latitude in procuring substances for execution. The strike law provides that it is the policy of the state of Mississippi that intravenous injection of substance or substances in a lethal quantity into the body shall be the preferred method of execution, and it also makes technical changes concerning who can attend the execution and the privacy of the execution team. So this is what the strike law does, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for questions?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Overall, what's the general purpose of this bill? Why was this bill requested, or why did we bring this bill?
Thank you. The State Attorney General's office has requested the bill, and I believe the purpose of it is that here recently it has been difficult in many states, including ours, to obtain the right cocktail of drugs that our current statute requires in order to execute someone with lethal injection. So the big portion of the bill revises that definition so that it's not a specific set of drugs, but there can be any set of drugs that will do the job, so that it becomes easier for the Department of Corrections to obtain those particular substances to use in lethal injection. The other part of the bill, and I think one that we discussed about in the committee, is that currently there's a tiered system, and all of those tiers are currently in the law that allows for lethal injection, then the gas chamber, electrocution, and then firing squad. Those are sort of the four in descending order of what our method for executions are in the state. And so we wanted to make it to where the commissioner, in conjunction with a couple of his other appointees, could determine the correct method of employing the death penalty in Mississippi, essentially, so that if it becomes unavailable to where you cannot get the right cocktail of drugs for lethal injection, that we're not wondering, well, what happens next? There needs to be the next step, what happens then?
So basically, we have this bill so that we can give the commissioner and these other two individuals that was named here the authority to use a cocktail other than the specific language that we have in our statute, because they're unable to find that.
That is correct.
Is there any reason why we need to leave these antiquated methods of administering death to a person in the statute, such as a gas chamber, an electric chair, and a firing squad. Is there a reason why we have to leave these in statute?
Well, that's certainly up to the wisdom of the body, however we want to handle that. I would say I've asked the same question of those who have requested the bill and those that are involved in the implementing of the death penalty in our state. And what they tell me is that, there's been a really big push in certain parts of the country for pharmaceutical companies to not sell states the chemicals that are used for the purpose of execution of lethal injection. So far, we've been able to get the drugs that we need to get, but that apparently is becoming more and more difficult. So as a fallback, if you were not able to procure the drugs to be used in lethal injection, then you would either not have death penalty effectively in the state, or you have to provide an alternative method of execution. So I certainly understand that one might ask themselves, why do we need the other forms of execution that we haven't used in many, many years, and hopefully never will have to use those? But I think the answer to that is in the event that the companies basically ban selling states these drugs for purposes of lethal injection, you either don't have the death penalty effectively, or you have to have another means of carrying that out.
So I guess my question is, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but are we suggesting that there would be or could be a situation where we pull back out the electric chair, or we would institute a gas chamber, or we would call up a firing squad?
Sure.
Okay. And when is the last time we used any of those methods?
It's been a really long time. I think Utah still employs some of the other methods. There are other states that employ other methods, so it's not unheard of that a firing squad, for instance, is used. I certainly don't think that that would be the alternative that we would want to use, which is why actually in the strike all that we specifically state that the preferred method in Mississippi shall be lethal injection. But again, if for whatever reason companies simply refuse to sell the state of Mississippi drugs for that specific purpose, and you cannot get the drugs, either you don't have the death penalty or you have to have an alternative list. And mind you, this list is current law. We're not adding this language into the law, it's already there. We're simply stating, whereas it is currently, the way the law currently reads is it's a tiered system. So you start off with lethal injection. If you can't use that, you then go to the gas chamber. If you can't do that, you then go to electrocution, and then finally to the firing squad. It's like a tiered system. We change that by simply saying our preferred method is lethal injection. We leave the other three there in no certain order and leave it to the Department of Corrections Commissioner and his or her deputies to determine, in the event you can't find the drugs for lethal injection, which of the other methods would be employed.
Thank you. Mr. President, I would like to make an amendment at the appropriate time.
Please proceed to the front desk to the Secretary. Senator McClendon, for what purpose, sir?
Question, please, Mr.
Will you
President.
yield for a question,
Yes, sir.
Senator? Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, I'm not an attorney, so bear with me. What are reasons that somebody gets the death penalty?
Well, you have to be convicted of a capital crime, and that usually is killing someone in the commission of one of these other very violent offenses like kidnapping, rape, arson, those types of things. So it's not simply murder, but it's capital murder.
And what's the least expensive way to execute someone for the taxpayers of Mississippi?
Oh, I mean, of the list that we have,
Yes,
or
sir.
of any method?
Yes, sir. No, the list that we have.
The list that we have, the expense, I guess, would be the firing squad. Would be bullets are cheaper than drugs, I would assume. So, I mean, I don't know how it priced.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you for the answer.
You're welcome.
Okay, other questions? Seeing none, Senator Hickman, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're going to wait for the amendment to come
It's
up.
amendment to the strike call. One moment. Okay, we're up now.
Thank you. This is a simple amendment. What this amendment does is it basically gives the commissioner and the other individuals listed in the strike all the authority that they would need in order to administer the lethal injection in whatever way, whatever cocktail can be found. And I think that is the purpose of this amendment. But at the same time, it allows us to bring our laws into the 21st century. And so what we would do is take out the section regarding nitrogen and the electric chair and also the firing squad. And so we would take out those other three methods of execution and allow the commissioner, along with the other officers listed, the authority to use lethal injection in whatever way they wanted to. And I ask to adopt the amendment by voice vote if there are no questions.
Question, Senator Sparks, for what purpose?
Question on the
For
amendment.
you for a question on the amendment, Senator Hickman.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. When someone is sentenced to death in the state of Mississippi, are you familiar with the court order that does that?
No.
Okay. When someone's sentenced to death in the state of Mississippi, I don't believe it says by a certain method. The purpose of that is we don't know what method will be utilized. We know that the Constitution disallows cruel and unusual punishment, but when someone is sentenced to death, they're sentenced to death. And the issue here, I think, is we have used for many years some type of method that is not available. Often that's not available because of litigation or pressure against the death penalty that they're outing companies that provide these substances. So if you eliminate, per your amendment, the other three methods, and we do not have access to the substances to institute the death penalty, we're in fact ending the death penalty in Mississippi. Is that correct?
Well, Senator Sparks, I think the purpose of this amendment is not to end the death penalty, and I'll be the first to tell you I'm not a fan of the death penalty, but the purpose of this amendment is not to end that. I think the purpose of bringing this bill in general was so that the commissioners could have the option to use whatever drug cocktail they need. Now, I'm not sure, but I would hope that we wouldn't go back to using the electric chair or firing squad or the gas chamber. And so my purpose of this amendment is just to bring our laws into the 21st century. It's not to end the death penalty. And I think that if the drug became unavailable, just like the commissioner brought this bill, they can bring us another bill and we can reinstate other ways to administer the death penalty.
Well, and I think the concern is, you know, the federal government, when they disallowed the death penalty in, I believe, the 1970s, that obviously commuted a lot of sentences to life. And we have people today who otherwise would be on death row. And we're in a position here, if we eliminate 75% of the options to institute the death penalty in the state of Mississippi, that we're ultimately running into a situation where the order of the court's not carried out. The death penalty is not carried out very often in this state or in this country anymore because of the cost of appeal, the cost of incarceration, the cost of everything that goes with it. But when the state, a judge, a jury, and all the parties involved ultimately issue an order of sentence to death, and the state of Mississippi has a duty to carry that order out, the things that are on the books should be left on the books. Otherwise, we limit to one method, and if that method is ultimately challenged constitutionally, we've narrowed the scope and we've ended the death penalty in the state of Mississippi. And so I just have a concern about that.
Well, I would argue that that's quite the opposite. We're not limiting it to one method, because if we were limited to one method, we would have a specific cocktail in here. We're giving them the wide breadth to use any cocktail that they can come up with or that's being able to be used. So in actuality, what we're doing is we're expanding the methods that they have. And again, if it comes to a point, no death penalty, when you're sentenced to death, you have to extend the process of appeals. Nobody's going to be executed immediately. And so again, if there comes a point in time where the commissioner said there is no available drug cocktail to do the lethal injection, then they have the option to come to us again and say, hey, we need another option to execute this. And I don't think it will commute everyone sentenced who is currently on death row if that happens.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Parker, for what purpose, sir?
Just a quick question.
Question, Senator, will you yield for a question?
Yes.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a question.
Senator Hickman, I know this is your first year here, and I don't know if you were here for this, but it might surprise you to hear that it wasn't too many years ago that I think we added the firing squad to this list. I want to say it may have been 7 or 8 years ago, and I remember at that time there had been some discussion similar to today about what would you do in the event that chemicals weren't available and that kind of thing. But my question to you would be, would it surprise you that we did expand this list a few years ago and actually added firing squad to the list?
It would both surprise me and disappoint me.
And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention, but you know, I realize what you're trying to say here is important, but I certainly don't want to limit us in any way, shape, or fashion. Just like the victims of these crimes, you know, they certainly didn't get to pick, you know, their method that they passed, and I don't want the same to happen in that instance. But thank you.
You know, just to answer that, you know, I understand. I understand what victims go through, and again, this is not an attempt to eliminate the death penalty. I understand that is what this is kind of being swayed to do. This is not an attempt for that. What this is an attempt to do is to help our laws remain as humane as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Other questions? Ready on your motion, Senator. I'm sorry, Senator Finnegan, would you like to speak on the amendment? Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate Senator Hickman, my friend. We talked about this ahead of time. But just to be clear, I trust it's not his intent to do away with all other means of the death penalty, but the effect of what his amendment does is to do with all other means of death penalty. So in theory, if this amendment were to pass and you're only left with a lethal injection as a method of carrying out capital punishment in Mississippi, and then the drug companies, which are being sued by many activist groups, and there's a lot of litigation ongoing about that, whether those drugs will continue to be available to Mississippi and other states for the purpose specifically of carrying out a death penalty is very questionable. So as unsettling as it might be to some of us who would not like to see any other means of execution other than lethal injection, and certainly that is our preferred method. If that becomes unavailable, you either effectively don't have a death penalty in this state, or you have to have one of these other options available to us. So for those reasons, I would ask respectfully that you vote against this amendment. Thanks.
Okay, ready on your motion, Senator. Ready for your motion on your amendment.
Can I speak on the?
You can.
As the chairman has said, we certainly talked about this. We talked about this in committee. I let him know that I was going to bring this amendment. For me to see the bill in committee, it shocked my conscience. And again, I think we're painting this as if this takes away methods of administering the death penalty. However, what it does is the Commissioner Act, from my understanding, we asked this question in committee when a person from the Attorney General's office was there. They asked that we would not limit them to the specific drug cocktail they used for lethal injection. By doing this, we have expanded their options to administer the death penalty. We have given them an endless amount of options to institute the lethal injection. So we're not limiting anything. We're actually expanding at this point, but we're taking away antiquated and inhumane methods out of our statute, which makes us a more humane body, and that's all this amendment does. If there was an attempt from me to eliminate the death penalty, then I would just make an amendment that does that. That's not what I'm trying to do here. And I have been honest and straightforward. I don't like the death penalty, but I understand where we are and where this body is, and that's not what I'm attempting to do. We're just attempting to make our laws more humane. And Mr. President, I would ask that we adopt this amendment by voice vote.
Senator McClendon, for what purpose, sir?
Question, please, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, I live in Hernando, and I live between two of the FBI most crime-ridden cities, percentage-wise. What do you think is the method of murder in those two cities? Mostly. What is it done by?
I'm not sure. I'm not even sure what cities you're speaking of.
Between Memphis, Tennessee, and Jackson, Mississippi. And of those murders that were in those two cities, what was the fashion or what instrument was used to kill most of those people?
I'm not sure. I haven't done the research, but I yield for you to tell me.
It would be by guns. And you want to take away a firing squad.
Well, this is a body, and I think over and over again, people come to this well and they talk about their Christian values, and Christian values has a principle of forgiveness. And so at this point, no matter what a person has done, they're still a human. And I think Jesus would see them as such. Jesus said, take the worst of them, and he died for all of them. And so at this point, all we're trying to do is say, while they have done whatever they're doing, we're being humane and we're being Christians.
Now, Senator Thomas just reminded me, we have someone on death row now that's requesting a firing squad. Is that true?
That's what I've heard, but again, we also have people throughout this country who are terminally ill who request assisted suicide, but we can't do that because that's the law. And so because a person asks us, I mean, if everybody that asked for death, we gave it to them, this would not be the country that I live in.
But you do agree that in Jackson, Mississippi, most of the murders are done by guns?
I don't know. I haven't done the research, but I don't think that's germane to this topic. We're not talking about what people are doing in the street. We're talking about what we're doing as a government body.
But that's how they got there.
I'm not sure.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Okay, ready on the motion, Senator? You're ready on your motion, Senator.
I move for passage. I move to adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Amendment is defeated. Senator Finnegan, we're back on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just move, have we adopted the strike all yet? I move adoption of the strike all.
Motion is adopted. Strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Move adoption by use of the morning roll call of the measure.
The morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? There should be, of course, voting no. Jordan. Simmons. Blackman. Hickman. Blunt. Horn. Norwood. Jackson. Simmons, S. Thomas. Frazier. Butler. Turner. Anyone else? Butler. Both Butlers. Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 155.
There we go. Are you ready?
Next item, 155, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we skip item 155 and ask that it retain its place on the calendar and go to item 156.
155 retains its place on the calendar. Go to 156.
Move that we call it up, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 626, scrap metal, revise various provisions that regulate.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
And I move that we adopt the strike all in lieu of the original bill and ask that you recognize Senator Thompson to explain the bill.
Senator Thompson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 626 was the House's version of the catalytic converter theft bill. In conference, or rather in committee, I'm sorry, we adopted a strike all that removed the House language, inserted our language. I understand that the House has some revisions to our bill, and that they may be putting a reverse repealer in that bill. So to move this thing forward and keep it going towards conference, I move that we adopt the strike all.
Questions?
If there are no questions.
Senator Whaley, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Will you for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, I've got a question for you. This is to curb catalytic converter theft, is that correct?
I'm sorry, this is...
This is to stop catalytic converter theft, correct?
It's an effort to make it harder for the catalytic converter thieves to resell the stolen converters.
Can you explain to me how it's going to make it harder for them to sell the product?
As it is right now, well, it's not a product, it's a stolen good. And under the current market, they're allowed to simply sell them to entities that advertise as purchasing catalytic converters, to scrap metal entities. What this bill would do is, or what the Senate language would do, is require the individuals who are selling the catalytic converters to provide information about the vehicle as well as their own personal information, and the scrap dealer would keep a registry of that information that would make it easier for the Secretary of State investigators as well as local police to identify the sellers of those catalytic converters, meaning assuming that the thieves would not want their information or the vehicle information out there, or not have that information to be able to provide it, it would make it more difficult for them to sell the stolen catalytic converters.
How long would said individual have to keep the documentation from the vehicle?
The scrap dealer or the seller?
Well, obviously the seller is the one that's going to have to keep all the information off of the vehicle once upon making the sale. Is that not correct? Or is the buyers, are they going to have to keep all of this information?
The buyer, the purchaser, the scrap metal dealer who's purchasing the converters would be the ones keeping the information, and it's uploaded to the Secretary of State website, to the Secretary of State's office, similar to what is in place currently for copper and other metals.
Who would they get that information from? They get it from the person who has the catalytic converter that is for sale, correct?
Yes.
So basically we're putting an added regulation on your shops all across the state, correct?
I wouldn't say it's an added regulation. I'd say this is something that's needed in response to rampant catalytic converter theft throughout the state of Mississippi. I'd also point out that the similar legislation was enacted in Alabama with some success. The only side effect of that is people from Alabama who would steal catalytic converters are coming and selling those in Mississippi.
So do you think that the people in Mississippi who are going to continue to steal these catalytic converters, do you think that they would not go to Tennessee or to Louisiana or to Kentucky or to Missouri? What would stop that?
I don't know if there's anything in this bill that would necessarily stop that. However, that it would certainly curb the sale and resale of the converters in the state of Mississippi, which in turn we would hope would limit the theft.
So if we don't know that there's going to be anything that would keep them from going to another state, all you're going to do is keep them from being able to sell them in the state of Mississippi, correct? You're not going to be able to keep them from selling it in another state.
No, but I would represent to you, Senator Whaley, that the individuals who are stealing catalytic converters and turn around and selling them for $100, $150 a pop aren't going to be the sophisticated criminals who would put together a regional sort of conglomerate, a criminal conglomerate, and be able to resell these things 2 and 3 and 4 states away, as you suggested.
Are you familiar with any catalytic converter buyers? Have you ever dealt with a catalytic converter buyer?
A catalytic converter buy?
The buyer, the person who would buy the product. Have you ever dealt with any of them?
I don't think I've ever. The person who's the scrap metal dealer who's buying the catalytic
converter? Yes, the scrap metal dealer. Are they all from Mississippi? Or are they traveling buyers?
The one locally by me is not from Mississippi. I have, since introducing this bill and working through this bill and the language in the bill, I have been working with the Scrap Metal Dealers Association on some other revisions that they're interested in.
Well, look, I understand that this is a bill to curb the theft in the state of Mississippi, and I fully support that. That it's a problem in my district as well. But what I see from this bill, as it is going to be nothing but added regulation and added documentation that you're going to put on the auto parts dealers, on the shop owners, and I don't think it's going to do anything to curb the theft of the converters. And I may be wrong, and I hope I am, but I just don't see it that way.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Whaley. Senator Hickman? Your light's pushed there. Senator Hickman? Do you have a question? Okay. Would you cut his light off, please? All right, Senator Thompson, we're ready. We're on a strike call.
Move to adopt a strike call.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill.
If there are no further questions, I move for passage on the morning roll call.
Pass morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. McDaniel, Chisholm, Whaley, Williams, Parks, Seymour. Anyone else? Tate. Anyone else? Pardon me? Hill. Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you. 157, Senator Branning. Senator Branning. Pass. 158, Chairman Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item, call it up, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Department of Public Safety revised laws regarding Office of State Medical Examiner, Forensic Laboratory, and various other laws.
Made the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I move that we adopt the strike all in lieu of the original bill and ask that you recognize Senator England to handle it.
Senator England, you recognize to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Fillingham. Fellow Senators, this is a bill that's very similar to the one that I methodically went through a few weeks ago, SB 2543, dealing with some changes in the Department of Public Safety. I'm not going to go over those changes again, seeing that we passed that 52-0, and thank you. You can thank Senator David Parker for recommending that. Saving us some time. So there are a few changes that I just want to mention here. One that came, one part of this strike all, when this bill went through the Appropriations Committee, there was a deletion of the, if you'll recall, there was a provision in our bill that dealt with the life insurance policies that could be purchased in this. And now let me just stop there and say that we do still have our bill alive over on the House side, and it has a reverse repealer on it. So all of this is going to likely end up going to conference. But that's one change with our strike all. I think that's actually the main change with our strike all. Now, one thing the House bill does that was different than our bill is that it allows, or it requires the Attorney General to be the investigating and prosecuting office for officer-involved shootings. But when the MBI, or Mississippi Bureau of Investigation, when they are involved, there will be another agency since they are now under the DPS. But that is the major change and our major difference between the House bill and our bill, and also explains the strike all. So with that, I would move adoption of the strike all.
Questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
All right, if there are no questions on the bill now with the strike all adopted, I move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present? Seeing none. Thank you. That completes the calendar. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, I wasn't able to hold an item on a motion before we quickly adjourned. So my motion is going to be that we hold item 92 from yesterday, House Bill 1323, on a motion to reconsider, and I'll be recognized to reconsider the vote by which the bill passed.
Motion is granted to reconsider.
And could I have the clerk read the title?
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1323, Tallahatchie River Authority, create.
Got to suspend the rules, Senator.
Sorry, motion to suspend the rules.
Suspend the rules to take up 1323. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. When we passed this bill yesterday, an issue came up from Senator Boyd and Senator Turner Ford on the makeup of the board. They suggested that it not be just open-ended, so I have an amendment that's going to be on the screen here in just a moment. What this will do, there were 8 counties involved in this Tallahatchie River Authority, and what the amendment will do is 2 of the counties will make an appointment for 1 year, 2 of the counties will make an appointment for 2 years, 2 will make an appointment for 3 years, 2 will make an appointment for 4 years, which will in effect stagger the terms, and it will set that appointment to be a 4-year term. So each year, there'll be a change of the members that will be set in statute. And I think that corrected the issues. And what we looked at, I looked with council on this, we looked at what's been done on other boards of a similar makeup. I believe there's one on Riverway and on Tom Bigby that are similar. So the amendment would be to do just as I explained. Be glad to answer any questions on the amendment.
To reconsider the vote to start. So
The motion would be to reconsider a vote by which House Bill 1323 passed yesterday.
all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the amendment, and I believe we have it up on the screen. 1 second, please, sir. And we're up for questions. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
Were you here for a question, Senator Parker?
Certainly.
I think I heard you say this would be similar to the 10-Tom Waterway arrangement, and maybe even the Yellow Creek Port Authority and some of these other ones that we do appropriations for.
Right. I spoke with council and they were able to pull a couple similar kind of authorities where we do the same thing, and we're trying to model it off of what we've done in other cases.
That's what I was thinking, that's basically some of the same type entities that we have had in the past. It would just be creating a new one with a different group of folks. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator Hill. Any other questions? Okay, we're on adopting the amendment, Senator.
So move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now on final passage, Senator.
So in this new form, I move passage by use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be of course voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 2 on today's calendar.
Motion to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to call it up and have a title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 483, Local Governments Capital Improvements Revolving Loan Fund, extend repeal on MDA authority to use certain funds for expenses.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is simply extending the repealer on the local government's capital improvement revolving fund. The repealer will be extended to 2025. If any questions, I'll yield. If there aren't any, I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none, the senator has requested use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. I move to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 3 on today's calendar.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 492, Healthcare Expendable Fund, extend repealer on.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is also a repealer extension, repealing it again to 2025 on the Healthcare Expendable Fund. Yield for questions if there are any. If there are not, I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call being requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we skip items 4 through 8 on the calendar and move to item 9 and have the title read.
Need to suspend the rules,
I move
Senator.
to suspend the rules.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed on item 9. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1353, Budget Process, bring forward various sections relating to.
Make the usual motion.
Use the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson, you're
I
recognized.
move adoption of the strike call. Ask to be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you. This is the transfer bill, same bill that we've passed already in the Senate, just trying to keep, we try to keep 2 transfer bills alive typically, and this is just keeping the Senate language alive on the transfer bill. I'll yield for questions. If there are none, I move adoption of the strike call.
Questions? Seeing none, motion is to adopt the strike call. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I move adoption of House Bill 1353 by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none, move to announcements. Any announcements? Any announcements? Okay, Senator McCon.
Thank you, Mr.
Recognized for an
President.
announcement.
Announcements. First off, if you look on your desk, you have an invitation for the Forestry Association luncheon tomorrow. They asked for me to remind you of that. Second off, there will be a forestry meeting on Thursday at 2 p.m. We will take up 4 appointments for advice and consent. And we will have our economist there on Thursday, so I encourage you to stick around at 2 o'clock on Thursday. It's going to be a great meeting, and I hope you'll be there.
Senator Tate, you're recognized for an announcement.
Yes, sir. 2 announcements. First, everybody should have on your desk where the City of Meridian and the Alliance of Growth, which is a Meridian Lauderdale County collective group, and you're all invited to the Westin this evening from 5:30 to 7. We'd appreciate you being there. And then secondly, Mr. President, I would like to hold on yesterday's calendar item number 101, House Bill 919 on a motion to reconsider.
101, Mr. Clerk. To the chairman. Senator Seymour, you're recognized for an announcement.
Adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
When the Senate adjourns today, I would like for the Senate to adjourn in the name of Kenneth Cluthers and Mr. Pat Murphy.
Thank you, Senator. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold an item on motion to reconsider. It will be item number 87, House Bill 1057 from yesterday's calendar.
Thank you, Senator DeBar. To the chairman. Senator Butler, you're recognized for an announcement, sir.
Adjourn in memory, Mr. President.
Please proceed, Senator Butler.
When the Senate adjourned today, Mr. President, I would like them to adjourn in the memory of my pastor who died on Saturday, who was here for my swearing in, and he did our prayer on January 13th. Please pray for our family, church family in Magnolia, Mississippi. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Butler. Senator Sparks, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow afternoon at 5 p.m. at the Mississippi Manufacturers Association, Chairman Juan Barnett will be preparing barbecue food as if you have never eaten better, and he invites you all to come 5 p.m. tomorrow afternoon.
What's the location, Senator Sparks?
That's the Mississippi Manufacturers Association, 720 North President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Boyd, you're recognized for an announcement.
The Heinz Woodward Foundation will be serving breakfast in the morning at the Trade Mart at 8 a.m. So everyone and all, please stop by and visit with the Heinz Woodward Foundation at 8 a.m. tomorrow, starting in the Trade Mart. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Boyd. Senator Parks. Senator Parks, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. When the Senate adjourns today, I would like for us to adjourn in memory of Reggie T. Little of Corinth, Mississippi.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hill, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. These little pins that you found on your desk today were from the child advocacy centers that were in the gallery today. And I know all you men don't wear flowered pins. So if y'all would just take them home to a daughter, a niece, a sister, a wife, a girlfriend, or somebody that might wear this little pin rather than throw them in the garbage, they might think this is a cute little happy. So I just wanted to ask y'all to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Younger, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. When we leave today, the reminder of the 4-H reception will be at the farmers market from 4 to 6. Please attend, Senators. Thank you.
4 to 6 today. Senator Whaley, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold on a motion to reconsider item number 74, House Bill 478 from today's calendar, and number 156, House Bill 626 from today's calendar. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. To the chairman. Other announcements. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m. today, which time the journal will reflect that we're adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess till 5.